Is that gonna do it? No, that's not gonna do it. About the middle box? No, that's not gonna do it. The big box? That's not gonna do it. Okay. Show all? How about that? No, that didn't work. Oh, Jesus. Now I lost you.
All right. We're live, by the way.
Oh. Hello, are we live?
We are.
Okay, I believe I have taken a U-turn that I may not be able to retrieve at the moment, trying to find the rest of my friends. So, Sarah, are you there?
I am here.
Why don't you go ahead and open the meeting, and I will try to get back in here, okay? And we'll,
Okay.
yeah, go ahead and start us up. Thank you.
All right, let's go ahead and start the meeting. Trisha, do you want to go ahead and do the roll call?
Board President Carl Palestrini.
Present.
Board Clerk Sarah Hines.
Yes.
Board Member Tess Arthur.
Yes.
Board Member Annette Eastak.
Here.
And Board Member Todd Weaver.
Yes, here.
Great. Can you scroll down a little bit so I can see the agenda? I didn't have it printed out in front of me, or I can switch to another. All right. So before we head into closed session, here are the agenda items. A, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation pursuant to Government Code 54956.9. B, public employee performance evaluation pursuant to Government Code 54957. C, conference with labor negotiator pursuant to Government Code 54957.6. Negotiator Carl Palestrini, Board of Education President, regarding non-represented employee acting superintendent.
Okay.
There are no public comments on closed session.
Okay.
Okay.
So with that, we shall adjourn.
Sarah, how do I get invited? Do you send it to my email?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, we all get an invitation, Paul.
All right. Sounds good. See you there.
Are we closed?
We are leaving the meeting and I'll send you the link for closed right now.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Carl, can you hear me?
Is it live now?
Yes, perfect. We
Okay.
got you.
Thank you. Okay. We are reconvening to open session, and no action was taken by the board in closed session. So at this point we will go ahead and begin the open session. And we would need first a motion to adopt the agenda
Motion to adopt the agenda?
and a second.
Second.
Board President Carl Palestrini,
Yes.
Board Clerk Sarah Hines,
Yes.
Board Member Tess Arthur,
Yes.
Board Member Todd Weaver,
Yes.
Board Member Annette Eastek.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Item C, Pledge of Allegiance. Mr. Weaver, can you help us with that?
Yes, I can. And due to the lag, I'm just going to go ahead and crank through it. I pledge allegiance to the flag
The flag
of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Todd. And thank you for bringing the flag. That was very kind of you, or Tricia. Okay, we're going to go back to the agenda. The audience is notified that the open session will be audio taped. And at this point in the agenda, we would be at item E, which is Board Superintendent Committee Representative Student Rep, which we don't have over the summer, ACT and CSEA comments. So let's go ahead and start with the members of the board that would like to report on anything that they would like to comment. So a volunteer. Tess, how about you?
My dogs are barking at the moment. Can someone else? Okay, I think they're done. All right, so I'll comment. I just a couple tidbits. I got to go to obviously the Laguna Seca event for the Carmel High School graduation. And I just want to give a shout out to all the administrators and staff who participated and helped facilitate this event. It was a once in a lifetime experience for me personally. And John, I thought, did a great job with his message, and just wanted to thank everyone who was involved in making that happen. It was very special. I also got to go, I went to the Carmel Valley High graduation, which was very intimate and sweet and personal. Tom did a really good job, and he never fails to cry, which I love that about him. And then also the Kashawa parade, the fire station out in Kashawa gave me a call and said, we really want to do a parade for our fifth graders, eighth graders, and Carmel High School seniors that were graduating. And we got them all the names, and they put them all over their fire trucks. And I just was really appreciative of the turnout. Tricia Dellis, thank you for making the effort. And then we had, the high school principal, the middle school principal and his wife, all the fifth grade teachers at Tularcitos, and a lot of staff in between. It was incredibly special and meant a lot to the people out there. And it was very well attended. And I saw Carl in the audience, and I was thankful to see you. So it was, was happy to be a part of it. So that's it.
Thank you. Sarah.
Hi. So like Tess, I was very thankful and grateful to be invited to the Carmel High School graduation. I thought it was executed flawlessly from a spectator standpoint. It was so wonderful and so spirited, and like Tess said, a once in a lifetime experience. And I just appreciate all the effort everyone, staff, administrators, everyone put into making it go off without a hitch. So thank you for involving us in that. And I would just like to give a shout out to all of our administrators and staff for really ending this year on a high note. I know the year didn't end the way we all wanted it to, and I just love that everybody made the best of it. I was also at the Carmel Valley High School graduation, which was wonderful and beautiful to see those students graduate. And I also had the opportunity to do a quick drive-through graduation for the 5th graders at River School. And that was really wonderful. And to see all those happy little faces was heartwarming. So I just want to thank everybody at all of our sites for really just going the extra mile at the end of this school year and putting their heart and soul into making the last 3+ months the best that they could possibly be, considering these circumstances. So a heartful, thankful thank you to everybody from me.
Very good. Annette.
Thanks. Graduation time is always so special. And this year it was so different. And I was glad that I was able to attend the Laguna Seca. I can say for not only myself, but my husband, he loved where the venue was. And it was very different. And I am sure that the families and our students really would have loved to have it be the traditional way, but they'll never forget this, that's for sure. Something so different, and it was wonderful. I did attend, I've been going to several actually board meetings for community human services and special meetings, just because there's so many, so much need for the services, social services that are being provided to the community for this, because during this downturn, the mental health issues have skyrocketed. And there's a lot of people dealing with, just stress from everything that we've all been going through, but maybe even more so. And so we've had to schedule a lot more meetings to how to deal with the community on this. And so it's been really heartwarming to see that we're still able to provide these services, and hoping that we can start doing some of it in person, because the in-person view of working with a person who's struggling can be really helpful. So just wanted to give you all a heads up on that, and that's continuing as best we can.
Thank you. Todd?
Yeah, well, thank you, Carl. So a couple things, I think. I actually like how the district ended up turning a lot of what might be a negative graduation process, or sort of like how do you graduate during the times, into really kind of a positive story. I know my 5th grader specifically actually really, while was maybe not super excited about doing the drive, as soon as we started, thought it was awesome. And the experience was fantastic. So I think that those types of things are going to be pretty memorable, and a sort of a positive light of the times. The other thing that I've been doing is research, let's just say, primarily from the Department of Education in California, trying to see what is going to happen next year, right? So sort of in the attempts of not trying to waste any time around what next year is going to look like, and seeing what are some of the things that we're going to be facing, or decisions that we're going to need. My primary concern ends up being around having a plan that we're able to share, even if it's not a popular plan, a plan that we can share to have it be nitpicked. So I've been doing or attending an awful lot of the webinars, or watching a lot of the previously broadcasted videos from where the state is at, to try to gauge what's going to be coming down the pipe for us. And those are the primary 2 things I wanted to bring up.
Thank you. Well, I too was able to attend the high school graduation firsthand on stage. And I must tell you, I've seen a lot of graduations, but nothing like that. And it was interesting to me. I think the kids really enjoyed it, because they had a chance to be together. And I think the staff at the high school did a really, really good job of trying to stay on a tight schedule presented to them by the county in terms of the health requirements that are necessary to pull something like that off. So hats off to them and Principal Lyons and his two assistants, so one of which, Debbie Puente, was really kind of the point person for a lot of the organization on it. And I say that because assistant principals are somewhat unheralded. They work behind the scenes. And, so I just wanted to put that out there. I did get a chance to see the event in Kashawa. And I thought about, I drove past the Tular fire station off of Tassajara Road, and I saw the cars getting decorated and kind of lined up and everything. And I thought, no, I want to be on the other end of that, not the driving end of it. So I went to the finish line, if you will, pretty close to the community park. And I ran across so many of my former students, the Valley Boys, etc., and so on. And it was just like old home week for me. It really was. And also talking to the parents that were on the watching end. It was pretty cool. They really enjoyed it. And it was a lot of fun. They, it was quite an ordeal. I mean, it had fire engines from every department out there, including CAL FIRE. And, it was, things written on there and things handed to kids and candy thrown out, all of that. It was just a wonderful sort of thing for a community that was celebrating multiple steps, which would be elementary to middle and middle to high. It was really pretty cool. The other thing I did was I did watch The Otter from River School on one of Mr. Martin's Zooms. I watched The Otter leave for the summer. And I watched it with Nikki. He is my first grader at River that's going into my grandson. And when we were watching it, he did point out something that I thought was very important for Grandpa to know. And he said, I don't think the otter is real. That's what he told me. I didn't have the heart to tell him that it was Jay Martin's wife in that otter suit. But, hey, I guess you just take information wherever you can find it. There is something going on here tomorrow. I don't know if this has gone out at all of the sites, but there is a presentation by the county office tomorrow beginning at 3. Has anybody seen this or heard anything about it? It has to do with African-American community leadership, and it was sent to a group of people, a fairly sizable list from the county office via Roberto Nunez. You guys remember Roberto? It begins at 3 o'clock, and it might be worth looking into if you're interested in, that kind of discussion that's going on. I happen to think it's really important. So I plan to be there, and if you want, I can just forward the invitation via Zoom to the rest of you folks, okay? And in case somebody, I think it's from 3 to 5, but you might want to catch part of it, and apparently it's interactive as well, so I'm told. Anyway, and finally, I just wanted to give a hats off to our acting superintendent, Tricia Dellis, who did a public Zoom video introduction. And I thought that was really good. And, in talking to Tricia, you're going to hear from her in a few minutes, but, it's very important that we do access the community in terms of their feelings about what could work for their students this fall. We are not in a position to say what that is going to be yet, but Sarah, board member, has shared some survey information from other districts that is really pretty interesting in terms of just feeling tones. So I'm hoping that we can move in that direction right along with the technical piece that will be necessary to make all this happen. So on that note, for me, I would like to go ahead and see if we have Tricia. Are you with us? Tricia Dellis?
Yes.
There she is. Share.
Hold on, my mic is touchy. There we go. I think you can hear me now.
Gotcha.
Okay, so yes, a lot of exciting events at the end of the year, unprecedented and unusual, but I think that there's going to be a lot of interesting memories that will come out of all of it, and just very different and unique for people. So a lot of positivity out there. I want to speak to two things tonight. One of them is I want to give a shout out to our group of instructional leaders in our district. We had an incredible turnout the last day and a half here, Monday and Tuesday this week, for a really powerful professional development opportunity that Colin Matheson and his team put together. And, you know, having all these teachers, you know, being in this sort of distance learning realm, a lot of learning for them happening, a lot of reflection happening, and Colin and his team they were able to bring everyone together. I heard 140 teachers participated.
Wow.
Colin is telling me it was the most participated in summer training that they've ever had. And so pretty incredible. They did a satisfaction survey at the end of it, and 95% of the teachers responded that very, very high levels of the training. So that's commending Colin and all of his people. And I'm going to name the people out right now because I think it's worth telling everyone who this group is. And they're not in any certain order. They're not alphabetized and they're not in any order of importance. So Annalise Bands, Anna Williams, Barbara McBride, Daryl Steele, Jennifer Kintz, Jen Martin, Erin Barca Hall, Lillian Owens, Elizabeth Marsh, Darcy Rombach, Heather Roman, John Bojan. I know I'm going to mess this name up. Somebody help me. Is it Bojan?
I just say it again, spell it.
John Bojan.
Bonning.
Thank you.
Bonning.
Thank you. I knew I was hatcheting it. Sorry, John. Lee Canberra, Susan Thompson, Kurt Abbott, and Neva Peterson. That was the tech teacher coaching team who went out there and just did such a powerful job with our teachers. The focus of the training was distance learning, obviously, and sort of distance learning in a possible hybrid model. So, you know, as Todd's talking and all the different information that we're getting from CDE is that we need to be fluid, we need to be flexible. We might be in school, we might be on distance learning. If we're in school, we have to make, make changes in that, and a hybrid might include some students being on campus a couple days a week and then doing things distance learning as well. And so these hybrid models were part of the conversation in the last day and a half of this training. They talked a lot about online pedagogy and then the Google Classroom platform, as well as how to use the Zoom presentation in a more powerful way. They learned how to do instructional videos and screencasts, and they broke out into smaller breakout groups so that they could collaborate together and have discussion about their own personal experiences. Some of the feedback we got from parents recently and some of the suggestions were, to have people teaming more. So, if you might have a first grade team that could split up the work level and the videos, they could each take different chapters or different lessons, if you will, and create the actual learning together, so that it doesn't look as though one teacher's doing one thing in first grade and another teacher's doing something else entirely different. So a lot of grouping of people to have those conversations about how they might use their time and support each other as we go forward. We know this is going to be a while. It's, the vaccination, whenever that happens, but until then, we have to sort of be nimble on our feet, if you will. And so I want to say all that because I think that, there's a lot of frustration of people not knowing exactly what it looks like to reopen. And that is another thing to talk about. But the fact that our teachers are getting high level training at this point in time, and they're so excited about it and so, motivated to attend it and talk together is really, I think, an exciting thing as we launch off into the summer. So the other big pressing piece that everyone's talking about is the reopening. And we did get our sort of guidelines from CDE on Monday. So Tuesday, Wednesday, we've been meeting as administrative teams, talking about the guidelines that we have and putting some things down on paper, discussing different schedules and what they may look like. And so we are making progress, I would say. we have a lot more input to get. We do plan to put a parent survey as well as a staff survey out next week. And that'll help us. Like we're trying to really look at our surveys and to make sure that they are usable by all of us, and that we get really good feedback, strong feedback, and that people are willing to actually fill the survey out and not feeling overwhelmed by the actual survey. And with that, we know we've got our union groups. We need to meet with ACT and CSEA and get their input, and just really circle around with everyone. The principals have been getting input from their sites the last couple of weeks and trying to get teachers and classified people to engage, but we know we have to circle back with our unions as well. So more work to be done. We need to bring something to the board this summer, obviously, so we can have more dialogue about some ideas the board might have as well. So with that, it is a work in progress. I should say to the parent group, I have a group of parents that I'm dialoguing with this summer so that we can get input from people. And another piece that we're trying to put out is a sort of a suggestion box or a way for people to email in one spot. And I don't know what that's going to look like yet, but we are seeking to get parent input other than just the survey. So if you're a parent out there and you're listening, shoot me an email. I want to hear from you. Let's talk. And there will be a more solid structure for parents as we come back together in August. But summertime, let's get to me, shoot me an email. I want to hear from you. Lastly, I would just touch upon our commitment is to do a video every week to show what's going on behind the scenes. And so this week it'll talk about, Colin's going to be on there this week and talk about the training that just happened. And so we'll have a different topic every week, maybe not the week of 4th of July, but every other week from that. So if you have any ideas and topics you want to hear about, let me know and we'll try to cover them in the Friday video. That's all I have.
Thank you, Tricia. Boy, that's quite a bit. I'm going to move ahead, but I want to do a real quick shout out to one of our most recent retirees, and that's Susan Libby at the Child Development Center, who wrote the most delightful departing letter that I have read, outlining her career of 31 years at the Child Development Center, the CCDC, or the old Carmel School, if you go back that far. So anyway, Susan, congratulations.
Carl, actually, before you go on, because I was gonna say something, especially since Bud looks like he's about to speak for CSEA as well. I just wanted to add that I saw that Suzanne had put in her retirement, and that my son, who's 30 now, was one of her students. Suzanne, are you there? Oh my gosh.
Probably.
Anyway, thank you so much for being such a wonderful teacher of our young students, your many years of dedication. And I'm so glad that we can see your face in this meeting as well. So
he's on the sidelines.
Please take care of yourself. And anyway, thank you so much. Our teachers are what make our district so wonderful, our people. So thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you for all the love and support. I couldn't do it without the board, and it's been an absolute wonderful journey. And the torch is yours. Keep going.
That's what we're going to do. And besides, we also owe you for the triathlon, my dear. A Carmel institution, to say the least. And also, I know that you did have a problem with your appendicitis, but it didn't stop you from crafting one of the better retirement letters I've seen in a long time. So, okay.
Can I insert really quick? Because I forgot one important thing. I'm sorry. I'm really winded.
Oh, you go right ahead.
I wanted to also give a shout out to Bill Schreier and Craig Johnston from the high school. Their students voted them Teachers of the Year. And so they have the ability to get up and talk about or read out the names at graduation and all of that. My understanding is it's not the first time and for President Schreier. So anyway, that was a great thing to hear too.
Actually, it's Teacher of the Year. That would be Schreier, and Mentor of the Year. Maybe I have them backwards.
Yes, no, you're right, I think.
Yeah, and the other one would be Craig Johnston, who also retired after a long career at
Yes.
Carmel Unified School District. Speaking of the associations at this point in time, is there anyone willing to or wanting to speak for the Association of Carmel Teachers?
Yes. Good evening, everybody. Bill Schreier, President, Association of Carmel Teachers. First thing I want to mention is the student rep. I get that there's no student rep to the board now because it's summer, but there was a lot of work done on that last year. And I hope that we're going to pick up with that because there was a lot of positive energy about the possibilities for the student rep. So we'll be looking at that. I want to talk about the Summer Institute as a participant. It was amazing. Far and away the best professional development that I've been to. Over 80% of certificated staff turned out. It was fantastic working with teachers from all different levels and all different sites, people that I don't usually have much contact with. And it was just amazing. Can't say enough good things about it. And I think everybody took their game to the next level in terms of the remote instruction. So that's kind of exciting. In terms of the reopening of school, yes, we all saw the Stronger Together. I hope we can remember that because it's going to get contentious, obviously. The measures that were laid out in the first 11 pages about what's going to be required to make campuses safe are daunting. NPR today had a story on this that said estimates are $1.8 million in additional expense per district to implement those things. And I immediately go to the place that we have immunocompromised students, staff, and families. And ACT exists to support our teachers in providing the best possible education. And job one in that is providing safe campuses. It is on us to negotiate workplace conditions. Safety is paramount. And I just want everyone out there listening to know that we're not going to compromise on the health of our students or staff when it comes time to negotiating an agreement. Finally, and this pertains to agenda item 8I, one of the things I like about being president of the association is that we can get things done. We don't have to wade through a bureaucracy. And so 2 years ago, we formed a Social Justice and Equity Committee, and they have been meeting since then. Social justice is also part of our mandate as a local chapter of the California Teachers Association. So naturally, the committee turned its focus to the institutional racism in CUSD in the wake of the George Floyd murder. I tasked myself with saying something about that tonight, but I was at a loss for words. After all, what can a 60-year-old white guy say about that? But then I remembered an email that Carl shared with me 2 days ago. And it had Scott Fujita, head of All Saints School, delivering an address about that subject. And what I took away from that was what Mr. Fujita said he learned from his African-American teammates in the NFL, and that is just listen. So that's what I decided to do. And I contacted Ralph Ward, who is the only African-American certificated employee in our district. And I listened. And after I was done with Ralph, I called Veronica Kraft, who is one of the very few Mexican-American certificated employees in our district. And I shared with her what Ralph told me. And her response was, Bill, when you say this to the board, please make sure they listen. And I have to admit, I was startled when she said that because I just assume you guys are going to listen to what I have to say. But there you go. That's because I'm a white male and it's privilege. Never occurred to me you wouldn't listen. And that's the importance of having diversity. That I can learn about things that I'm not even aware of. I'm like a fish. I don't even know I'm wet. But I want to share with you some of the things that Ralph told me, and I appeal to you. Please listen. Quote, I always have to watch my tone. I can't get angry. How will that look? Quote, I love the students in this district, but I struggle with whether I want to stay. Quote, although I get great performance evaluations, I'm shuffled around year after year with no explanation. Quote, I feel like I'm constantly having to defend myself, even though I'm never accused of anything. Quote, I've been promised things, but it's always off the record. And when I follow up, the promises are not honored. Quote, how is it that the only African-American teacher in the district is barely seen in the district? And finally, quote, I don't attribute my treatment to the color of my skin, but it's getting harder and harder not to go there. That's just some of what Ralph told me. And what I heard Ralph say is that if things don't change, he doesn't know if he wants to stay. We need to make the necessary changes to not only keep Ralph, but also to make CUSD a place that attracts, accepts, and actively seeks diversity. So seeking some concrete advice, I asked Ralph what he would do to address that. He had a lot of thoughts on the subject, but one really got me between the eyes, and it was this. We should evaluate those who make hiring decisions based on how successful they are at increasing diversity. If they fall short, that should count against them. So as the president of the Association of Carmel Teachers, I am asking the board to include in the evaluations of the superintendent, the chief of HR, and every site administrator criteria about requiring diversity in hiring, and that they be held accountable if our monoracial culture doesn't begin changing soon. Now, some of course are going to say, well, hiring with attention to race will dilute the quality of teachers. And to that I say, how is it that a district that prides itself on attracting the best and brightest doesn't seem to be able to attract minority candidates? Are you really saying that no minority candidates measure up? Or is it just we're just not looking hard enough? It's often said that Carmel is a bubble. The problem with that being that our students aren't exposed to the real world, and that's undeniably true. When our students graduate, they are not the product of a racially diverse district, and that will hobble them as they make their way in a racially diverse society. But the other problem with the bubble is that it's transparent. Everyone else can see what you're doing. So what do they see when they look into the CUSD bubble? An almost complete lack of diversity and no demonstrable efforts to change it. For a place with so much natural beauty, that is not a pretty picture. Thank you.
Well, we're listening, Bill. You know how I feel about that issue very strongly. And honestly, that's why I sent Scott Fujita's message to some of our board members. You know, he is the headmaster at All Saints Day School, and it was, you know, heartfelt, and I took away a lot of the same things that you did. So appreciate hearing it, and we're listening. We really are, and it's something that the district has to look at seriously. So on that note, I'm going to go ahead and move to CSEA, California School Employees Association, and their president is Bud Libby. Bud?
Yeah, thank you for that, Bill. That I think we all have a lot of soul searching and need to make an effort at listening and being more a part of the process. Yeah, again, my name is Bud Libby. I'm the current president of CSEA. I would like to thank Tricia Dellis and Yvonne Perez for taking time out of their busy schedules to meet with the classified unit to go over the budget and answer any questions and address concerns that the unit had. It was well attended, well received. The group really has appreciated it and would like to be, you know, more a part of things in the future. So that was very helpful. Thank you very much. I'd also like to shout out a little bit for the group on some of the classified unit, the custodians, maintenance grounds, a lot of the support staff has been involved in educational materials collection and that kind of thing here this week. We're kind of getting back to returning to more of a normal schedule that complete with masks and gloves and hand sanitizer. But they really made an effort at sticking with things and trying to maintain social distance and yet get the work done. So I kind of want to shout out to the group a little bit for their efforts and their attitude. That I really appreciate the attitude moving forward into this whole new normal. So that's about all I have to say at this point. Thank you, Carl, for the opportunity.
And congratulations to your wife, Bud.
Thank
Okay.
you.
I don't know if she's there with you or not, but anyway.
Yeah, she's still there.
He's hanging out. All right. Okay. I think that we, at this point, are going to go ahead and move on to our next agenda item, which would be item 4, and that would be public comments that should be and will be read into the record of the meeting. So Tricia Zervich, is there, you would be on at this point.
There are some. So open session, general public comment from Lisa Morgan, parent. Can you please let us know how you'll be using the CUSD distance learning survey? General comment, Krista Ostich, parent or Ostoich. Thank you for the opportunity to have my letter read into record. Now that we are almost 13 weeks past the date you closed down the schools and just over 9 weeks until schools are supposedly reopening, as a parent, I'm having a hard time understanding why we have not received more information from the district. I have repeatedly asked when parents will be able to express their opinions or whether we could form some sort of parents committee to provide information and discuss possible reopening plans. You and your staff have told me on multiple occasions that this will happen. Other than a survey and one coffee discussion with the former superintendent, parents have not had a forum to be heard and ask questions to the district. This board has held numerous public hearings, but will not discuss 1, distant learning outcomes in the spring, nor 2, plans for school reopening. Every meeting you've held, multiple parents write in to express their concerns about these issues to the board. Why are you continuing to ignore these comments and simply proceeding with your typical annual agenda when this is anything but a typical year? CUSD has amazing teachers, wonderful facilities, and generous spending per student. Despite that, I think few in the CUSD community would dispute that distance learning this spring did not even approach the level of education that the community expects and has repeatedly taxed themselves to preserve. Let's utilize our amazing teachers and wonderful campuses to fulfill the core beliefs of CUSD in developing lifelong learning, and that high standards are essential for achieving excellence. This means our kids needs to be taught by actual educators and able to utilize the campuses that we as a public have purchased for that purpose. This also means that we should not simply lower any standards we've had in place for our kids pre-COVID-19, but instead we should work to ensure that this generation of students receives the same top-notch education that CUSD's graduating seniors receive throughout their time at CUSD. The state education guidelines for next year encourages part-time outdoor education, and CUSD has the ability, more so probably than any other districts in the state, to start teaching at least half their classes outdoors. CUSD funding will not be cut. Therefore, we are able to think creatively and proactively to devise the best method of educating the students. We all know it is healthier for our kids to be outside than at home alone learning in front of a screen. We as a community work hard to pay our teachers the top salaries they receive because we value their ability to teach our children. She did go the limit, and I did let her know that. So I'm stopping at the 4:50 and 3-minute limit unless you want me to go further.
Go ahead, finish it.
Let's continue to value our teachers' professionalism and expertise and utilize them to teach our kids every single day. You are locally elected public officials entrusted with governing our community's public schools. The role of the school board is to ensure that school districts are responsive to the values, beliefs, and priorities of their communities. Please fulfill the role you were elected to hold and work with the community instead of trying to keep the community in the dark. The next generation of students is depending on you to ensure that they will receive a full education, not a COVID-19 abbreviated education. The next one I received was Danilo Shivers, student. My complaint is about the social distance learning program at Carmel River School. Throughout the school year, your teachers have been giving me a love of learning to last my entire life. Most of my teachers have been wonderful, but this pandemic has changed all of that. During the pandemic, I have had about 1 out of my 6 hours of school. My parents have been helping me by giving me interesting and new work, but the work that I get in class is making me want to stop learning. My reason for this, most of the work I get during this pandemic is review. In normal class, we would have things like what we would have during the pandemic, but 1, there's much more of it. 2, after we are done, we do online things that pursue my love of knowledge. Next one received is Ralph Marsh, parent. Dear CUSD School Board, our family wants to express our deep gratitude for the effort, time, creativity, and heart that went into the Carmel High School graduation. The event was incredible. It was well communicated and organized, as well as being celebratory, unique, and well, cool. We enjoyed the vibe. It was fun to honk for the grads. The live stream and YouTube video allowed for our extended family and friends to participate in the ceremony. We got texts from people across the country who reviewed the event. Giving the grads a chance to have their name read, walk across the stage, get a diploma, and be cheered for made the ceremony feel like a normal rite of passage. Getting to drive a victory lap as teachers cheered from pit lane made this a once-in-a-lifetime experience. Thank you to Carmel High School staff, and especially John Lyons, for all the hard work in creating such a great event. With appreciation, the Marsh family. I have one more that I received, which is on a specific agenda item. That is item 8I, recognition of social injustice. My name is Bryce Kraft, and I am a father to a 1st and 4th grader in CUSD. I want to make a quick comment regarding 8I, recognition of social injustice. We moved to the peninsula from LA, and I've loved living here. Our kids love their schools, teachers, and friends. But I have to say, the one thing that we miss from LA is the diversity in our community. That has been a huge loss for us. As a parent, I actively seek opportunities for my kids to be exposed to diversity. I know you can't change the makeup of the peninsula's population, but I think as a district, there could be more done to expose kids to more diversity. Field trips, speakers, and books are simple implementations. With the rest of the country moving towards change, is there a plan in place to create more diversified experiences in CUSD? What is being done as a system to educate our kids about social injustice and encourage and empower them? What is being done to make up for the lack of diversity in CUSD staff? As a community member, I would support any changes that would benefit introducing exposure to different ways of thinking, different beliefs, and different realities. Thank you for your time and opportunity.
Thank you, Tricia, and thanks to all of those that have used the process to tell us what you think. So noted. Okay, we're going to go ahead. If that is the conclusion of the letters, we would need to move to approval of the minutes from the May 20 meeting and the regular minutes, public comments from that particular meeting. So Tricia, are you there?
Move approval of the consent calendar.
And a second?
Second.
There it is.
Board President Carl Palestrini,
Yes.
Board Clerk Sarah Hines,
Yes.
Board Member Annette Eastek,
Yes.
Board Member Todd Weaver,
Yes.
Board Member Tess Arthur.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. We are now, if it would slow down, there we go. It seems to be moving there. We are at, and I'm looking at the agenda here online. I don't think we're at special reports and appearances yet. It's too far up. Let's go to right there. In terms of VB, certificated and classified personal item lists, does that require approval, Tricia?
No, he was moving you down. You are at special reports and appearances, Carl. And there are none, and communications to the board, there are none. So that
Okay.
would take you to action and discussion, item A.
Got it. Let's do that. Item A is the CUSD technology plan, years 2020 through 2023. And I believe that would be Paul Bean and staff.
Yes, can you hear me okay?
Oh, yeah.
All right, so thanks for hearing this. And as we mentioned, the past two board meetings were slightly out of sync because we were talking about the budget relative to this plan before we talked about the plan. So now we're going to try to correct that and backfill some of the bigger picture about the plan. And if Pancho would bring up the presentation. And this is really a summary of all the large items within the plan. A lot of this plan was actually written in the fall and the winter before this COVID thing hit. And we were preparing to present it to you when we would have normally done some of our meetings regarding the overall district plan, because this is in a way a subset of the district plan. What the district plan typically refers to under the technology succession section is implement the CUSD tech plan. So just understand that this does fit under the umbrella of the district plan. It's also a requirement for E-rate funding that we have a 3-year plan or a plan, a plan approved by the board. We included representation from across the district, teachers, library media specialists, administrators from all sites. Todd Weaver, the board member, was also an active member of the committee. And so if you'll take us to the next slide there, this is what you'll see is there are 5 main concepts. When you look at the ideas that, you know, as we were discussing them as a group, we felt the directions that we're heading kind of lump themselves into 5 general categories. If we start at the top, the first is the tech department and the system functions that support all the education and other departments within the district. Then the next part is access to the tools. Do the teachers and the students in particular have what they need to do the work they have to do? The next one is curriculum and assessment. What are we doing with the instructional program? At the bottom, you'll see innovation. So we'll be talking about what are some new things that are on the horizon for our school district based on what we know is happening out there in the world. And the last major concept of our original plan was a theme that's been big for the past few plans. As we get more and more digitally oriented, we need more and more focus on digital citizenship and what we're calling tech literacy mindsets, having students that are not only great citizens online, but also have an understanding of how technology works and some of the kind of advantages and disadvantages of that. There's a 6th topic that was not on the list when we thought we were done with our plan, and we added this, implications of COVID-19. It's an addendum just of some of the things that we really need to keep in mind as we move forward that are specific to the pandemic situation we find ourselves in. So that's what we'll be talking about today. If you'll slip to the next slide. And we did have this overarching statement that tied those 5 main categories together, that our plan is to help us with our tech department and system functions in order to provide teacher and student access to software and hardware to support the curriculum assessment and innovation so that our students have the skills and tech literacy mindsets to be successful. So that statement kind of gathers together all the large themes that this plan has. If you want to look to the detailed plan, that is the link at the bottom of that page. We're going to do an overview of just the main goals of the plan. And again, Pancho, if you'll flip to the next slide. And then Rob will take this. Rob Perry is our district network administrator, and that title only covers part of what he really does. And he was instrumental in helping design this section of the plan. So Rob, take it away.
Hi, good evening. as Paul said, my title only covers a small part. A lot of what I do is planning, looking ahead, and trying to kind of get a grasp of trends and places that we need to go. I think there were, two members of the board that were here when we brought forward Project 2020. And if you remember that the real goal of that was to kind of get the foundation of the district's infrastructure in place. We've had a lot of areas that were problematic. Those have been resolved now. We have a pretty good foundation. And now is where we can start building on that. I think I used the analogy back then of, trying to drive down the highway, but, everybody was stuck behind a giant tractor that was keeping everybody back. We've fixed some of those problems. So now we can start looking at how do we build on that? Where do we go? One of the big pieces of that is our tech support model. Historically, we have had very site focused, 1 or 2 technicians at each site all the time. With a lot of the rapidly changing situations, as Tricia Dellis pointed out, we have to be a lot more flexible than we have been in the past. One of the things that we have done as we've all been in the shelter in place model is kind of scheduled all of the techs to be available throughout the day in the help desk system, and available for parents, for students, for teachers, to be a lot more flexible and a lot more responsive. And so we want to keep kind of enhancing that moving forward, and looking at different ways that we can implement a more responsive model for our technicians. We're also going to kind of pivot a little bit from the infrastructure and focus a lot more on security. Now, that's not to say that we haven't done security over the past several years. There's been quite a lot that we have put in place already. But now that we have that kind of basic framework in place, now is where we start building on that. And to do that, we kind of picked the CIS controls as the model. There's a few different frameworks that we can use. CIS is a little bit more generic and well focused to our environment. Things like PCI, HIPAA are focused on payment or retail or on medical. CIS is a little bit more overarching and gives us a good start. A big part of that is going to be policies and procedures. We need to get down, the CSBA board policies don't really cover technology. It touches on it here and there, but there's no big section that says, look, here are our technology policies, and to support those policies, here are the procedures of how we're going to implement those things. So that's going to be something that we're going to be working and focusing a lot on over the next few years, is kind of identifying those areas where we need either a board policy or just a simple administrative regulation to kind of guide us moving forward on what we need to do and how to go about it. We're going to look at improving communication, and we've already started kind of that process. We've got the new Informacast system ready to go as our new phone system comes online, and it provides some features in more of a hybrid environment so that we can do more real-time communications in emergencies to broader groups, and allow things like potentially having a school principal be able to use a template to send out an urgent message in an emergency, and have those all pre-canned. They just have to fill in a couple blanks, and the message goes out to those groups already that are already preset. Looking at some of our start of year processes. Historically, a lot of that's been very manual, labor intensive. Getting all the rostering done, getting students enrolled in the right online programs, and getting those resources available to them. Part of Project 2020 was moving toward a single sign-on system that also included a lot of that automated rostering. So we're continuing to get those pieces in place, working with our vendors to kind of streamline that process, so that as our students come into our information system and get placed into their classes, now that system kind of automates making sure that they're pre-enrolled and ready to go right at that start of school. As I mentioned a moment ago, we've got the new phone system coming in. We're set to start the actual physical installation of that over the next couple of weeks. And we're going to be sending messages out to staff, letting them know kind of what that schedule and timeline looks like, and what to expect, and getting some training in place with that. We've also been looking a lot at improving the use of technology in the business aspects of the school district. Looking at how different departments are utilizing things like file sharing or email, or how they're transferring or communicating with the county office of ed, or other entities outside of the district, and making sure that those communications are secure and appropriate, that we're using the right tools for the purpose. And then along with that also is some reliability and speed. Again, Project 2020 got us that real good framework. But again, with this flexibility and kind of uncertainty as to what the future holds, we're also looking at how can we kind of improve on that, and where do we need to improve on that. We have the analytics online, so now we can get a good picture of what is our regular usage, where are we seeing these bottlenecks, and where do we need to effectively apply our resources to make sure that we can resolve those, and keep things moving. If we're in this hybrid where we're going to have some students off campus, some students on campus, or teachers on or off campus, we're going to be leaning on video conferencing and these collaboration tools pretty heavily. And while everybody has been off campus, it's fairly easy on our district, although we are seeing some pretty significant traffic for employees that are doing a VPN back in to access their files, or students accessing the Moodle server, or some of those resources. We're seeing some bottlenecks there now. So we're going to be looking at those and addressing those issues. Pancho, you want to move forward one? So kind of diving into the security aspect and looking at the CIS controls, this kind of just gives you a breakdown of what those entail. They break into 3 implementation groups. Group 1 is kind of this is the low-hanging, this is the most basic things that you should have in place. Implementation Group 2 kind of kicks that up 1 level. And then Implementation Group 3 is really designed more towards large enterprise businesses. There are some aspects of Group 3 that we will or have already implemented, but our target really is Group 1 and Group 2 controls. At the end of 3 years, we want to be able to check off every single one of those dots and say, yes, we've done that. We have that in place. And like I said, there's going to be the occasional piece from Group 3. Some of them just don't really apply to us, or are severely impractical for us. And that's the kind of thing that we address with policy and procedures, identify those things, and then we do our best to lock those down and monitor any issues surrounding those and keep on audits. And that's kind of what we're looking at and where we're going. And like I said, our big focus is on flexibility. We've got our infrastructure in place, and now we're looking at how do we kind of expand that out? How do we move toward more of this hybrid environment? How do we effectively utilize more online resources and make these things available to all of our students?
Thanks, Rob. Another point about these Center for Internet Security guidelines. This is just one page of a multi-page document. We could have a whole presentation on that and didn't think that would be of interest to the board. But just so you could conceptually see how the 3 levels or 3 groups are laid out. And it's really good. This is the first time we've had a really true objective standard that we're trying to reach. We've certainly done audits and things like that in the past, but this gives us some really good targets, and Rob's been a real leader on that. For the next topic, we're going to go to Colin. And that one, I believe, is access to tools.
Yeah, so obviously once we have that foundation of a good network, a secure network, good tech support, then it's about our teachers and our students and our staff using those resources to actually do the teaching and learning. And so a lot of our discussion was about how to get the right tools to the teachers, how to make the right choices about which websites to use, balancing teacher exploration with also our need for some standardization and our need for making sure that things are secure and safe for students. So some good work on that in terms of collecting and this actually past week saw lots of great discussions about how to refine and K-12 and kind of collect some of the best tools and common tools K-12. So really great, already moving forward in a lot of those concepts this week. To highlight again at the teacher tech purchases, that was something that was part of the budget. We definitely increased the budget for that because we recognize that if teachers don't have working technology, they cannot do their job normally, and especially now in a hybrid distance learning model. And the same thing is we've always known we've had students who didn't have home internet, and we've kind of found workarounds, and of course now it's at the forefront. So already, we've had the pilot project go out in last month for students with hotspots. So those are obviously all important areas. If you can't access the tools, we can't do the teaching and learning. So then next slide. So then, a lot of this was focused on thinking about, this isn't necessarily, because there's also the tech department and the curriculum department kind of work together, right? And so some things are really very tech focused, like are our students learning the skills they need in technology to be successful? And then once they have the tech skills, how do they learn all the other content areas? There's also interest in making sure that our kids are computer science literate. We know that there's a huge demand for computer science jobs, and we want to encourage our students to pursue those, especially underrepresented students in the computer science field. And then, improving the way that our teachers have access to data. We want to make sure that they have the information they need to make the decisions about teaching and learning for students, so they can know what their kids are missing or not getting and how to reteach. So that whole formative data piece, we definitely know we need to improve that and keep expanding those aspects of our program. And then just the last two bits, we want to make sure when we use tech, it's not just for tech's sake, it's actually got an impact on learning. And then, we want to find ways that tech can really shine. So, we're seeing students become really, really illiterate in multimedia and web design. We want to really keep encouraging that. I don't know if you've seen some of the senior capstone projects that have been coming out, and it's really exciting to see some of our graduates, their ability to really express themselves in the digital world. So we just want to know we need to keep growing that. And then the next slide.
That would be me. We'll talk about innovation. So one of the things we did as a committee was first we looked at the previous plan and decided, evaluated what we had completed, what still needed to be worked on. And then the second phase, we looked at just kind of the research and the literature. There's what's going on and what's predicted for educational institutions, particularly K-12. And some of the ones that jumped out at us are things like the second bullet there: virtual reality, augmented reality, AI, and IoT. So those items are places we need to be anywhere from dabbling to digging deeply, and that is something we'll certainly be seeing more of, especially 2-3 years down the road. We've already been dipping our toes into some of this, but there's so much possible power to those types of new technologies. Going back one bullet, the piloting, it's sometimes confusing to teachers. Once in a while we'll say, well, let's try this new whiteboard. This teacher will get to try it. The next door teacher will say, hey, they've got it. Can we have it? And it's like, well, we don't really have the budget for it. All we're doing is trying to prepare for when we do go into another phase. Or we also did some tests of some tablets. So we know we've got to improve the communication between the tech department and the teachers so that they'll know, hey, this is a pilot, or so they can bring things to us and say, we think this is exciting. We think it'll be beneficial in the classroom. How do we get it started? And then how do we think about the budget that's going to be needed if we do find it's a powerful tool? Third bullet there, makerspace, particularly I'd say at Tularcitos Middle School, we've had some good progress on that goal in our first plan, and it's one that we need to keep working on. The opportunities there are pretty exciting for kids. The online asynchronous learning, we're seeing a lot of that. need right now with what we've just been through and what we're likely to be facing in one way or another at the next school year. In particular, we've seen it for students, but this is asynchronous learning for teachers. You know, how do we differentiate what we're able to offer them so it's at their level and so it's on their schedule? And there are ways to do that that we haven't fully taken advantage of that we'd like to do more of that in this plan. And then the last item is just to acknowledge that our instructional aides do a lot with technology. And there was a time in our funding structure used to be like, oh, well, they can check their email in the staff lounge, or, you know, they can look at one of the teacher or student computers to check on things. But really, some of our power users are the instructional aides. They're using some great instructional resources. So they need training. And they need equipment. So, Colin, you may know the number off the top of your head, but I understand that some aides were at the training earlier this week.
Yeah, there was
in mind.
Yeah, good. You know, probably 10 or 15 attendees were classified aides. But we also said we're going to make sure we do a focused instructional aid series of trainings when we come back next year. That's definitely a priority for us.
And then next slide, Pancho, and this one will be for Colin.
So then this is really this piece about tech literate students. And we realize that, you know, being educated these days isn't just, you know, math and science and you know, literature, but it's also your ability to navigate this digital world. And so this great organization, Common Sense Media, has done a lot of work on this, and they came up with essentially a framework for thinking about digital literacy. And those are those first bullet points there, from, you know, media balance, security, thinking about your digital identity, handling relationships through technology, hate speech, and evaluating news and media literacy. So those are the 6 points from Common Sense Media, and they have an entire actually curriculum that they've developed that's free, given as their nonprofit work. And so we are going to take those ideas, take their curriculum, and make sure that they're embedded in our schools, because we think that's really, really important for our students. And then to highlight again that kids need those core understandings about computers and computer skills. And in terms of social media guidelines, those are trying to create a way we can talk about using social media as part of our work as a school, for clubs, for sports, for classes, you know, for students and for families. We don't really have a lot of clear guidance. We have some teachers doing some great stuff. We have some clubs doing some amazing stuff. And we want to make sure that we promote those and create structure so that people can feel supported in using these, you know, tools like Instagram to broaden the reach of their teaching. And then, you know, we know that there's always so much to pay attention to in terms of student well-being and mental health. And, you know, we need to do a better job using the tools we have available to help kind of monitor, on the digital side, student well-being. Obviously, social emotional health is a full 360 thing involving everybody, but there are digital tools that we can take better use of to help us, you know, try to catch early warnings of issues around cyberbullying and self-harm. So that's definitely a focus for us.
And the next slide is about the implications, some of the implications of the COVID-19 pandemic. First, you heard a little bit about this today, earlier this week, more coaching in the use of the distance learning tools. That is not just a few days at the end of the school year. It's work that'll be done during the summer and in a large way just before school starts, as well as in addition throughout the school year. There was a comment today in the open comments section about, you know, when are we going to hear some more about how are we going to use the parent survey, the distance learning survey. We got a lot of good feedback from there, and then the themes are really quite consistent, and this is one of them. parents and kids, and I think sometimes more the parents than the students at times, felt the need for a consistent platform. You know, we have them bouncing all over the place to get to these resources. And that's why some of the training we've been doing is focused on things like Google Classroom, where you can go to one place, where we're going to be more standardized on using Zoom and those tools, so that we can also have the parents and kids as well as the teachers all working from the same, same basic platform.
And then along that line, a lot of teachers recognize that too. So they came together and said, are there ways we can use these tools consistently to help families? And then can we as a district make sure that we are providing resources for families to navigate these common tools and platforms? So that's a commitment we have as well, I think, going forward, is not only using common platforms, but making sure that we provide help for parents and kids to use those platforms. And so I'm really excited about kind of the unification that a lot of teachers have come forward with this week.
Flipped classroom, definitely need to do some things asynchronously. The difference of a kid having to tune in at 11 o'clock for a class, or the ability to tune in and maybe there's 3 kids in the family trying to share the internet at that time and they don't have a good signal. So as many opportunities as we can do some things in a flipped way and let them watch it when it's convenient for them, or when their connection is better, or to watch it over and over if they need to get the concept. You've heard us say how much we do need more tools, and when you're presenting from home, a document camera is a helpful tool, just like it is in the classroom. People may be teaching from the classroom and maybe wanting to use more of these whiteboard scanners so they can show the work that they're doing on the board as part of their presentation in Zoom. Our new phone system, you'll see next week, we've added the element for our phone system that'll allow soft phones from home, so that a teacher or a counselor who needs to make a work-related call from their cell phone can do that, and it shows up on the recipient's phone as if it's coming from their extension at work. And similarly, calls coming in from outside come directly to their cell phone as if they're just an extension on the district system. We've got things to do with managing our switches. We've talked about the security and the firewall. Phishing is even probably more important the more people are working from home. It's just another opportunity for things to come at you when you're not always thinking in a work mode. You're trying to balance so many things, and that's when those phishing messages get accidentally clicked on. Definitely want to have more with hotspots. By the way, I was asked at one of the previous meetings if we applied for grant money. We did apply for a state grant. We're being offered 25 T-Mobile hotspots. Does not help us in the outer areas, Big Sur or Palo, Colorado, or Kashawa, but we do have some users in the city of Carmel or thereabouts that these T-Mobiles may be helpful, and it's at a discounted rate, and the hotspot itself is free. So that's a plus. We have these online tools. We need to be able to manage them. We've got a lot of tools for managing inside the network, and we need more of those, but we also need more to manage outside the network. And there's a good chance that we may need more student devices if we have a lot of instruction going on at home. I think parents have made it work with their family computer for their kindergarten through 2nd grade students. But the stakes may be higher if we need to continue, and there may be that demand. And if the plans are looking that way, we will have to come forward with another request for that. And similarly with bandwidth, if we're doing a hybrid model, especially with a lot of teachers in the school building all trying to do video lessons at once, that can eat up a lot of bandwidth. So we will be paying attention to that, and we will have an opportunity with MCOE to double our bandwidth if needed. And then the last slide, I'm going to let Rob talk about it. And we don't need to go to these links. These link to the same budget document that you looked at the last meeting. So we don't need to spend the time on that. But the last bullet I do want Rob to talk about because he spent a lot of time working on this.
Yeah, so, as we said earlier, my title is just a small portion of what I do. A lot of what I do is kind of reading the tea leaves. And with that is I spend a lot of time collaborating and coordinating with other districts around the state, and in some cases in other states, just finding out, what are they looking at? What are they seeing? What kind of trends are happening? And kind of what are their priorities, and what do we need to be paying attention to as well? And with that in mind, one of the things that I've been looking at is trying to get us into kind of an even keel for budget, being able to, fairly reliably predict what we're going to need from one year to the next, rather than having every 3 years or 4 years come in and say, okay, we need this big giant chunk of money, but then the next couple of years we don't really need a whole lot, right? Trying to even that out and keep those that funding need at an even keel and predictable, and still accounting for the trends that we see as far as costs, annual increases year over year. This year has been particularly hard to predict just because of all of the tariffs. A lot of hardware costs spiked pretty dramatically, far more than what we anticipated. But internally, we now have a spreadsheet that extends out over 10 years. And on that spreadsheet is a detailed breakdown of everything that we have purchased and everything that we are expecting to purchase, along with a replacement cycle for that item, and what our anticipated costs are on that particular year. And so we're kind of working with that internally to develop our plans moving forward and be able to present that to the board on a regular basis, to go over some of those requests and what our needs are.
And it's particularly helpful to working internally, as you mentioned, with Yvonne and the business office, so they can see the budget implications when there's a peak year coming up, whether it's maybe the year that the phone needs to be replaced again, or another big item like a firewall, that kind of thing.
Right, and it gives us a little bit more flexibility of, rather than coming up into a year and saying, okay, next year we know we're going to need this, we can look at it and say, well, maybe if we do it a little bit earlier, then it's required replacement. Now, we're not going to be asking for such a huge chunk. The following year, we can even that out and keep it going. Part of that also too was touched on a little bit earlier, was working on a lot more closely with the sites of being able to anticipate what sites are going to need as far as teacher devices, student labs, replacement cycles for those, and being able to incorporate that into our planning, and being able to sit down so that I can have a meeting, a couple months before we start the actual budget process, sit down with the principals and say, okay, here's what our inventory system shows is coming due. Let's start reaching out to these teachers. What do you see? What are your needs? What are you experiencing? Identifying in our trouble tickets, if there's a particular device that maybe is having more trouble than it should. Let's speed up that replacement cycle a little bit. Let's get that device out of there, or get something else in, and figure out what's going on. And so a big part of that is also the site tech staff, being able to work very closely with the teachers and site administrators, and really having kind of their fingers on the pulse of what's happening at the sites. And I do, and I was kind of hurrying through earlier, but I do really want to kind of call out and give a huge thank you to the site techs. They've really stepped up over the last few months. And that's Julia and Kiro and Chris and Mark and Adam. And Pancho's been in there helping with them too. He kind of functions as a tech support coordinator for them. But they've really been on top of it. They've been really engaged with the staff, with parents, with students, and have volunteered even to go out and deliver Chromebooks for students, to deliver these hotspots, and go out and handle collection at the end of the year. They've really gone above and beyond, and I just really want to say a big thank you to them for their efforts.
And let's add Kirk and Neva to that, who are assigned to the elementary sites, but they've played a huge role as well.
Mm-hmm.
And I think, yeah, that's the end of our presentation. Questions?
Can I go, Carl? Carl, can I go? Okay. Can you all hear me? Yeah. Okay. I just wanted to say, I love the mix of really technical things, which I don't understand all of that, but I feel a sense of confidence that you all are taking care of it and that you are doing that correctly. But I also think it's so important that you've balanced that with the people side of it, of all of this. And the fact that the professional development went so well from, I'm glad that Tricia Dellis, brought that up in her remarks, but also Bill brought them up, and it's so nice. Thank you, Colin, and all of the others who were involved in that. That is a critical thing. It's the people who deliver that all of this technology, especially now. And so thank you so much for doing this. And, technology is always so important, but never more so than now. And the being able to have our people deliver it better because of your help is just critical, and tying our people to that is so important. Thank you so much, all of you, for this great report. I mean, I had read it, but this presentation made it much more understandable and easy for me to see that you're taking care of what we need to have done. Thank you.
Thanks, Annette.
Yeah, Paul. It didn't go unnoticed that maybe we do need to be looking at some of the governance protocols, that are policy that you mentioned earlier, because that's probably somewhat outdated as well. And whatever ideas and suggestions you have to kind of go with that, I think would be greatly appreciated. It's tough business you're in. It's a, ever-changing paradigm when the costs are not solidified. So I picked up on. And also, I think you guys are making a real strong effort to just get the whole thing in the best condition that it can be in, from the infrastructure to the creative thinking on the other end. So I got to tip my hat to you guys. You're really doing a heck of a job.
Thanks, Carl.
I'd like to piggyback on both of what both of you said, and that is, I love the level of collaboration and teamwork, and the fact that you incorporated the entire district and really highlighted those that are your tech experts within the district to mentor and train, others. It could be an elementary school teacher that's training a high school teacher. I love that. I love the small group, and all of the information that I've heard from teachers today has been incredibly positive about the level of collaboration and teamwork and getting to know other people outside of their sites. I think that's critical. So I just want to commend all of you for that, and just super grateful for your team.
Thanks, Tess.
I'll chime in here. Paul, as usual, you guys never disappoint. Your presentation was thorough and thoughtful. And I love, like Tess said, how you've incorporated so many different elements into this presentation. And you must be so proud of your team to be going above and beyond like this. It's really, what you presented here was wonderful. Thank you.
Thanks.
And thank you for all of what you are doing.
That testimonial that Bill Schreier gave you through his ACT report is pretty powerful. I mean, Bill's seen it all and done it all. And if he was extremely high on the outcome of that time spent. So I'm not sure which architect was involved, probably Colin in front, but boy, that's big.
Yeah, Colin put a lot of effort into that, and it paid off.
I'm almost sad I missed that, Colin. You have to invite me next time.
Oh yeah, I'm sorry, Todd.
Yeah. So a few things. First of all, I obviously wanted to hear from everybody else on the board, since this is sort of near and dear to my heart of technology. And I'm also happy that everybody here can recognize, independent of me chiming in first, of the talents of our tech team. Paul, you did a fantastic job. I appreciate the fact that you brought in Colin and Rob, because hearing from them, right, around the areas that they're targeting, and especially because technology is such a complex area to be able to address from the education standpoint, right through to the infrastructure standpoint. So that's sort of a general thing. I have a couple of comments to get through. I wanted to thank Colin for a couple of things you brought up. Obviously, the aspect of you training the teachers is instrumental, and the value that you bring to our district is second to none, right? We're extremely fortunate to have you able to articulate the complexities of technology in education, right? The few meetings I've had with you on that subject, I've been blown away. So thanks for all of that. I also appreciate the fact that you're bringing in common sense, meaning common sense org, right? Maybe common sense in general, but we'll wait to see. But bringing in common sense org is wonderful, because they actually put forth so much effort to try and address technology with the youth, technology of how to actually deal with some of these complex issues around digital rights. So I think that's great. I think the fact that you're balancing tools where you have privacy, security, and then also balancing what that looks like from oversight. I think you guys did a great job of presenting that, right? So the aspect of not letting third parties like Google and YouTube spy on the kids while we're able to still protect the assets that we have in our own students, meaning cyberbullying, right? And that's a tough one to balance. And I think I want to highlight one part about that to the rest of the board, which is that there is the ability to balance that monitoring, right? Where if a student's using the tools that we have within our district, then we are the stewards of making sure that they're using that appropriately. And the same way that we police the school grounds, we have the ability to police the technology. What we don't want to do is just relinquish all of that data to third parties, which is what your tech plan in the greater detail spell out, and I appreciate that. The other thing I wanted to thank was Rob on your ability to understand the entire ecosystem, right? Which kind of highlights this, you're wearing multiple hats. Understanding the entire infrastructure of a school district and actually be able to present that in a way that's meaningful is very powerful. The other thing that I really appreciate is your ability to understand that we have a budget, right? So we have to balance that over the course of time. And I think that your understanding of that puts an awful lot of comfort in me. The other thing that I thought was great that highlighted throughout this whole presentation was your understanding as a department that next year's not going to be normal, right? It's not going to be business as usual. And that also alleviates one giant concern that I have, which is what is next year going to look like, right? Having you present something here that at least says the technology department recognizes it's not going to be normal. And so we're trying to prepare for whatever that's going to look like, where you understand that you're not going to be the decision maker of what that looks like, but being able to prepare and plan for whatever it's going to be is very helpful for me to get over this. Meaning, to put a fine point on that, my concern over what next year looks like is not about what the technology department is looking to do, right? Yes, there can be some things, and I'm going to bring them up here in a moment, but the overall, your understanding that we need to address these things for next year is comforting. And I wanted to bring up a few things that I feel like may have been missing. And they're not anything that's going to be specific. I'm just going to throw out 3 questions that I would like you to look at and evaluate. This is also something I plan to communicate to Tricia Dellis later. But these 3 questions that are going to be these overriding things that we as a district can really lead on are how a teacher is going to communicate to a student, right? How a student is going to communicate to a teacher. And then one thing that I feel like is constantly going to be missing, and anytime we talk about distance learning, which I actually like the term distance schooling better, because we're trying to actually create schooling when we're dealing with remote access. And that last question is, how does a student communicate to another student? So because next year isn't going to be normal, that if we can answer those three questions, which you kind of hinted at in your presentation, the primary one you hinted at in the presentation that I thought was at least in the right direction is a common platform, right? So by having a common platform, then what that allows us to do is all the training that we can put in is going to be on that platform, right? And then we can make sure that all of the teachers, students, parents, and everybody else is going to know like where to go, right? So this all to me comes down to just simple communication. And if we can answer those three questions, then we can have a clear direction and primarily a clear plan that we can share with all of the parents sooner rather than later. It's also pretty clear from following along with everything that's going on statewide, nationally, other districts, that there is nobody who's presented a plan that is clear, right? Next year's going to be a giant mess. And so one thing that I would like to see is our district address that now, right? So we can end up creating this plan. And that all comes down to what is the plan, the communication around what is the communication platform going to be, and what are those tools going to look like? So I really like the fact that you understand that we need to focus on narrowing the toolbox. So then we can make sure that we're training everybody over the course of the summer so next year can be really effective. Besides that, having technology be like something that I am very passionate about, I'm extremely proud of the technology department and the district, and I'm one would be hypercritical. Okay, so for me to pay a compliments to this team, I want you to understand that carries significant weight, because this is something that I would be evaluating if there were bigger concerns. The presentation and the ideas that you have presented, both Colin and Rob, obviously through Paul's efforts, and then all of the other people that have come in, have made it where I feel very confident in our overall tech plan and feel very happy to approve at least my vote for this tech plan.
Thanks, Todd. It's been good having you as a part. You came to our meetings. We've had a number of Zoom meetings, and I'm glad you did bring up that critical point about the communication. And it's always, right? Teacher to student, student to teacher, and student to student. We're hearing you. And I agree. The plan that we present has to have clarity on this. I would say, again, looking back to our survey, that's one of the themes that the parents have brought out loud and clear. Without clear communication, they had a lot harder time than they could have, and we definitely need to correct that.
Yeah, I mean, just on that note, I mean, I heard so many teachers talking about, is there a way that we can work together to make sure that we are clear for all our parents? So, I know that many people felt confused at various times in this year, but I know that our teachers do not want that confusion, and they are putting that at the top of their list of what they were working on this week. So they definitely want that communication to be clear and consistent. And so
I also think
we're going to get there for sure.
Excellent. Thanks, Colin. And Paul, you brought up one other thing in what you just said, so I'm going to highlight one other thing that I thought was actually great. Okay, is that so at the tail end of the year, when you had all these different teachers trying different things, right? Well, of course, they're going to be judged based off of like, well, what this other grade and this other teacher did this and they, right? Which is unfortunate, of course, because everybody's trying their best. One of the things about consolidating on a platform or tool set and communication and understanding what that is then and the thing that you brought up that I thought was an excellent idea and something that I could be fully supportive of is having it where all of the grade level is on the same page, right? So obviously by having the platform and having the communications, the foundation of that, but then also having them understand that, hey, in this environment, we all need to be teaching the same thing in the same way and the same tools. And I think that that's something that I'm very happy to hear came from your tech department.
One of the things I loved that related to that about the turnout, and Bill said it was 80% of ACT. The teachers are the kind of people that are going to be thinking and working on this all summer. And some of it will be paid and supported by Blaze in the curriculum department, but some of it will just be them creatively getting their gears turning based on what they've learned from Colin and the other teachers and coaches the past few days. And this summer will be a time for gestation for that. And then the late summer will be a time to bring some things together so that we can really hit the ground running.
Yeah, and one of the things that I kind of want to jump in a little bit there is, you know, we all know we kind of got thrown into this world before we were really ready to do it, right? And looking at the numbers, you know, again, putting on my tea leaf reading hat here, you know, unfortunately today we've had the highest number of daily cases that we've ever had in this outbreak. There's about 3.3 million active cases around the world right now. And the numbers are going up, not down right now. So looking forward, you know, one of the things that we've put into this planning is, you know, as you said, we have to be flexible. What is that going to look like? How do we keep those lines of communication open, you know, between students, between teachers, between parents? And so some of that, you know, unfortunately, it didn't make it into this presentation because, as Paul said, we started this a long time before this was even an issue. But we have definitely had that kind of communication piece in mind, especially over the last several months, of how do we kind of settle on a common platform. And you'll see that, and you did see that as we talked through some of those budget issues in previous meetings, where we're asking for this funding for some of these different platforms to make sure that we have those tools and can continue to access those tools well into the next year. You know, things like Zoom for Education has been free for us because of the pandemic. That goes away at the end of the month. You know, we have to be able to provide that funding to keep going with that. The Google Hangout for the Hangouts Meet, as they keep changing the name, that's another one that those extra tools became free for us for a limited time, right? You know, we do have Microsoft Teams available. That's also one that has been free for us. But, you know, part of the funding that we've been talking about through those meetings and conversations with you, Todd, is, you know, how do we keep providing these tools? How do we get the training there for the staff, for the students, for them to effectively use these things? And so that is in our thinking. But unfortunately, like I said, because this presentation and this plan started its life, you know, almost a year ago now, you know, the current situation that we find ourselves in just it wasn't part of that original thinking. So it is there now. We're definitely looking at it, and we definitely have incorporated that into those budget discussions at least, and we'll expand that out over, I'm sure, over future meetings as we move forward with this.
So
Quick
are
question,
there other
Carl.
questions? Yeah.
Yes, there is. Am I muted or not?
You're good,
Carl.
Okay. How do you, what is the plan, or is there one? How do we know what other school districts are doing with this? Not just here in Monterey County, but up in the Bay Area where tech is really king. Districts like Palo Alto, or places where they're right around, you know, the tech centers of what's going on in that world. Is there a way to access any kind of a pool of information that's successful with schools elsewhere? Or are we just kind of in a bubble of our own with this?
Absolutely.
You want to talk about site, Rob?
Yeah, so that's one of the things that I'd mentioned earlier is I am communicating and collaborating with school districts around the state on a regular basis. I'm a member of SITE, which is, they just changed their name from SETPA, but it's the California IT and Education Association. So, and that's made up of CTOs, network admins, technicians, all over the state are in this organization. And so between mailing lists, we have a Silicon Valley regional group. In fact, I dragged Colin along last time we had an in-person meeting. They had some student privacy issues that we were discussing at that. And we actually have regular meetings. We've been doing, the Silicon Valley group has been doing weekly to bi-weekly meetings where we all kind of chip in and see what's going on, see what each other is struggling with. And then also through, you know, there's mailing lists and different communications with districts around the state, the tech department specifically, kind of going through different ideas and what's working and what isn't, and different plans.
Well, that certainly answers the question that I'm asking. I think, you know, it's important for the community to understand that we are right there in the thick of things with the latest possible thinking that could be implemented. So on that note, does the board have any further questions, or shall we thank them for a very fine presentation?
And I think we do want an approval so that we have an official adoption of this so that we can meet our E-rate requirement as well.
So we would need to have a motion to approve the CUS Tech Plan 2020-2023.
Motion to,
Go ahead, sir.
sorry. Motion to approve the CUSD Tech Plan for July 2020 through June 2023.
I'll second.
Second?
I'll second.
Okay, moved in second. Tricia?
Board President Carl Palestrini,
Yes.
Board Clerk Sarah Hines,
Yes.
Board Member Todd Weaver,
Yes.
Board Member Annette Eastek,
Yes.
Board Member Tess Arthur.
Yes.
So moved. Thanks again, Paul and company. Feeling
Thank
a
you
lot
all.
better.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
Okay, we're going to move to our next agenda item, and that would be item 8B, a public hearing 2021 proposed budget, and that would be Yvonne, and she is with us.
Yes. So, hi everyone. I see people waving. If the tech department can go ahead and display the attachment, that would be helpful. Or let me, yeah, I can't share my screen. Okay, while they're trying to get that up on the screen, I'm going to just go ahead and start talking about the budget. If they get that up to display, that would be helpful for anybody in the audience that's interested in this. So the budget has been prepared per the assumptions presented to the board at the budget study session in May, and then it was also updated after that study session for the May revise to some extent. And so during this presentation, I will highlight 8 pages of the 146-page budget prepared for the standardized account code structure and the software that goes along with that all California schools are required to use. I'm still going to try to get that up. Still not coming up there. Okay, so
Yvonne, we were seeing the July 1st budget page.
Oh, you are seeing it display. Yes. Okay. Yes. Okay.
Of course, it's impossible to read on the screen share. So
yeah,
I'm pulling it up locally, but it's pretty fine.
Okay, so hopefully they'll be able to scroll through that as I talk through this. Okay, thank you. I'm glad you told me that. On page 6, the state requires us to estimate actual revenues and expenses for the current year and prepare a subsequent year budget. And so you will see, you'll see on this report, just a second, I need to, give me just a second. I was hoping to be able to see that and I'm not able to. Oh, there we go. Okay, I just need to get this out of the way so I can see what I'm talking about. Okay, there we go. So on this page, this shows the revenues and the expenses for the current fiscal year. So you'll see that there's part A, which is revenues, and we have the 1920 estimated actuals, and we're required to provide that when we are preparing the budget. And we also have the 2021 budget. So I'll just spend a few minutes on this. So total revenues for estimated actuals for restricted and unrestricted are 61.7 million. And then for the 2021 budget year, you can see it side by side, which I think is helpful in terms of comparison purposes. You can see that 61.7 million in the current year is estimated, and that we're projecting for the next year that we'll have 63.9 million in the following year. So if we scroll down a little bit to part B, which is the expenditures, so if you'll go ahead and scroll that a little bit, you'll see that total expenditures are estimated at 58.7 million, and for 2021, we're estimating that to increase to almost 63.7 million. Can you go ahead and scroll that down, please? Okay, I am not seeing that scroll. Okay, just a second. All right, so on part C shows the excess of revenues over expenditures. And so what this is, you know, revenues, if run your own business. This is really like an income statement. You have revenues and expenses give you your net increase or decrease. And so that's what this is showing here. And so you can see in the current year, we have $3 million that we're estimating that revenues will be over expenses, and 175 million in the next year, 175,000 in the next year. As we scroll, and then what happens is part D shows, well, what are the transfers out from that? And so this is where that gets reduced. And so you can see that we have transfers out of $5.3 million in the current year and $1.5 million. And I'm going to talk about those transfers out a little bit later and show you how in this report you can see that. You can see that information. So as we scroll down to the page 7 of this report, that takes us to the very top of page 7, and this is where you see the net increase and decrease after you take your revenues, your expenses, and your transfers out. And so in the current year, we can see that we're estimating $2.3 million of a decrease in our fund balance, and in the year that we're budgeting, almost $1.3 million, so $1,274,000. And so that might be just a little bit concerning for the current fiscal year. But if you remember, we also transferred out $3.6 million on purpose to another fund to fund facility projects. And if we adjust for that, if I adjusted for that expense, we would actually end the year with $1.3 million in the good. And so that's okay when you're doing that. When you're transferring funds for a one-time purpose for facilities, those funds were received in a prior year, and which then become one-time funds, and we're transferring that for a particular purpose. As opposed to 2021, you can see that we have $1.2 million, which is more typical if you're not transferring for things like one-time purposes. And so in 2021, we're actually going to be deficit spending. We're projecting that we will deficit spend, and we aren't doing any sort of those kind of transfers. And I'll talk about that a little bit more later.
Yvonne, I just want to point out to Pancho, you're not on the right page of the handout. You might want to go back. I think it's back up a little bit more. Keep going back. One more. Another one. No, you're way at the bottom. It's actually, I think maybe the second.
Yeah, it's the second page of this. Okay, Pancho, yeah, if you'll go all the way to the top, I'm sorry. Right. I'm talking about the pages that are in the SACS report. I did consolidate this, and I didn't realize that's what he was
and now he's on the right page. I just wanted to make sure that people could see it. And I just want to point out for people who are following along with us, the name of the document that we're looking at that was attached to our packet, electronic packet. It's item 8B, and it's entitled the 2020-21 Adopted Budget CUSD, and it's a 146-page document, and we're on page 7 of that PDF if you want to follow along that way, because I just think it's hard to follow along. I don't know which one they're looking at, but I just thought it would be easier if I just pointed that out for everybody.
Yes.
And now Pancho is on the right page, and we are on page 7 of the PDF.
Right.
So Yvonne, I have just a sort of a procedural question. Is this a document that you can't round to or have it summarized to the thousands?
No, this is a state required report.
Okay.
And so this is how it comes out.
Okay.
And we do generally, it's set by the state on how this report comes out. Okay. So now I'm on the same page with where Pancho is scrolling. I did provide just a consolidated of the 8 pages that I'm talking about, but I will refer to the pages through my presentation that's on the attachment. And so on this page 7, now that we're on the right page, we can see where we're seeing that $2.3 million deficit there in section E for the current year, and the 1.2 in the 2021 budget year. So 1,274,407 for next year. If we'll scroll down just a little bit, we can see that, and I'm scrolling on my computer, that then it takes us to section F, which is the fund balance section. And so we always need to pay close attention to this because we want to maintain sufficient reserves to get us through difficult economic times, which is where we are right now. And so here we can see that you take that net increase or decrease. So once again, revenues over expenses minus transfers out. And so in the current year, a $2.4 million deficit, but we did that on purpose. And so that's going to lower our ending fund balance to 18 million. And we started the year at, in combined, we started the year at 21.3 million. And you can see that on line 1 of section F. And we will be ending the year at 18.9 million. In the 2021 budget year in comparison, so that ending becomes the beginning. So so then we see that we have 18,990,000 at the beginning. We'll reduce that decrease, that deficit, that decrease in net funding. And so we'll end the year in 2021, we're projecting at 17.7 million. As you scroll down on that same page just a little bit more, you'll get down to the assignments of the fund balance. So Pancho, if you'll scroll that just a little bit. Then what the state requires us to do is to designate how are we going to use those the fund balance. So in the current year, we're seeing that there is 18 million, and we have some set asides that we have to do. There's restricted funds that will have to be used for restricted purposes. We have other assignments of 15 million. 10.4 million is the basic aid reserve that we set aside for board policy. Some other set asides that we have, and then we have this reserve for economic uncertainties on part E of this of 3,204,000. And for the current year, we'll see that those that economic reserve set aside is 3,257,000. Now you'll notice if I go up just a little bit on the next fiscal year, there's $11.8 million, so 11,859,000. So the reserve is actually increasing because our expenses are going up. So the more you spend, the more that you have to reserve, and that's because you need to be able to cover all of your ongoing expenses, so your reserves go up. All right, if you'll scroll down to the next page of that document. This is where we have the multi-year projections, and this is on the SACS report. That's
Yvonne, I have a question. So when you're talking about the increase based off of the spend, that's the state mandated reserves?
Yes. So on part E of that page,
yeah,
on part E where it says reserve for economic uncertainty,
yeah, that's
actually
state.
Yeah, we actually do a little better than that. The state requires us to reserve 3%. And we actually reserve 5%.
No, I mean, I knew that, but I was asking is the ratio of it being based off of spend, not revenue.
That's correct. It's based off of spend.
Oh, okay.
That's correct.
That's helpful to know. Okay, thank you.
All right, and that would be expenses plus transfers, Todd. Okay, and for all of the general fund. All right, the next page that I want to highlight is on page 110 and 111 of the SACS report that's attached, if anybody's following along on that report. And so this is the multi-year projection. The multi-year projection was put together based on some assumptions, and I'm not going to go through all of those assumptions. We kind of talked about this during some of our budget study sessions. But the assumptions that were used is that the tax revenue will not increase in the 2 years out. So we're basically saying tax revenue will not go up, and you will see a slight difference in the revenue in the 2 years out. So we're seeing the budget for 2021 and the projections for 2 more years out. And so there's a little bit of a difference that actually goes down. And the reason that it goes down slightly is because there's grants that are ending. And so this is for the entire general fund, both unrestricted and restricted. And so you'll see some of those grants are falling off. So part B of this report shows all of the expenses and transfers in and out. And you can see that expenses are increasing each year. Well, remember, the assumption that I said is that our tax revenue is not going to increase. And that's based on information from the assessor's office, that for 2021, they felt like we would see at least a 4% increase in our revenue. And that for 21, 22 and 22, 23, 2 years out, that they would budget with the 0%. And so that's what we put here. And so, and the other assumption on the expenses is that we would see step and column, of course, step and column is in there for salaries. And we also added a 1.5% on the other line items that are related to supplies and services. And we used a 1.5% consumer price index amount. And so when we get down to the bottom on line 11 of that report of Part B, you can see what the total expenses are, and you can see that they're increasing with no increase in revenue. So 65 million for the current year, 66 in the first year out, and 67.155 in the third year out. And so as we look at Part C of that report, you can see that our deficit increases each of those years because expenses do increase every year unless you take some steps to purposefully decrease your expenses. And that's something that we are going to have to engage with our stakeholders over the next several months. Although we are not yet focusing on those conversations because our focus right now is just the planning of opening schools in August. However, I expect that in September, we will be very actively engaging with our stakeholders on how we can bring to the board a balanced budget when we begin planning for that next fiscal year. So the purpose of a multi-year projection is to give the board and staff kind of a heads up of where we are and allows us time to adjust. And because of the difficult times we've had, we did ask the board to approve a deficit spending budget for fiscal year 2021 to allow us time to plan. So at the bottom of this report is Part D, and that once again shows the fund balance. And so you can see on the very last line of that page that the fund balance drops, and we go from 17 million to 15 million in the first year out and to 11.5 million in the third year out. And I will mention when we hit that 11.5 million, if this all actually happened in the third year out, we would have insufficient reserves to put aside the additional basic aid reserve that we currently do. So this is our heads up that we need to make some adjustments. But we also hope that our revenues will increase. But it's, every day the information is changing that's coming out. So it's a difficult time to plan a 3-year, multi-year projection, but also one scenario that we need to consider deeply.
So Yvonne, one of the things you brought up in that last point, I think is the most important one. So currently, obviously the trend line is something we need to address. But with the uncertainty of revenue, are there any milestones that you're able to share that we're going to start to get some certainty around that? And I obviously know you just provided primary disclaimer that the answer is no, but is there anything that you can share with, like a report that's coming out or a bill that's being proposed or something that's going to be able to offset, or is your crystal ball of financing future for education one that we're going to continue to see a decline?
Right. There has been more positive news, Todd, coming out of the state. When the governor released his May revise, and then the legislature went back, went into their committee meetings, they came back and said, we need to provide more funding to schools. It's very clear that schools cannot operate in a different format and also expect a 10% cut to their budget.
Right.
And so the legislature is listening. We hope that when the governor signs the budget that we will not see that 10% cut that districts were expecting. I had mentioned before that we are not an LCFF district, but we do also receive some state funding, so we are affected by some of those decisions. And so there is hope. What I have heard, what I've read, and also listened to on some of the sessions that I've sat through, is that deferrals are still very much expected. They will happen. We are pretty darn sure that will happen. We, once again, are not as affected by deferrals, but we are affected by deferrals. And when I say deferrals, that means the state doesn't send us our money. And so the way that we're funded, we're not as affected. And so if the federal government doesn't come through some additional funding for the state, then what I have been hearing is that the deferrals could be even deeper. And so really we're expecting maybe less cuts to the budget, but perhaps more opportunity for the state to do deferrals. Does that answer your question?
It does. And then the follow-up piece is the ratio of basic aid versus LCFF. Like, are we looking at, a few $100,000 in assistance, or is it something that's actually a significant number where it has the potential to balance our budget, or are we looking at needing to address balancing the budget within next year?
Mm-hmm. I think for us, balancing the budget is really going to be a bigger factor of our property tax and how that flows. The good thing about property tax is it is a cash flow issue. And so if for example, homeowners don't pay their taxes, eventually it does get paid. And so you have that confidence that the funds will eventually come in. It's just, when do they come in? I think we will be affected. Todd, I don't know what we can expect from the federal government and how the state will choose to send that to schools. But I think potentially, would it be $1 million? It's hard to determine. When they did the adjustment for STRS and PERS, from the time we were first budgeting to the May revise, and then they adjusted it down, that was a significant savings for us. And so we were able to participate in that. Another thing that they changed recently was they increased the funding to special ed. And so that was significant for us too. That helped tremendously. So, all I can do is continue to report to the board as those kinds of things happen, so that you have the best information, the most current information as we're trying to make those decisions.
That's excellent.
Yvonne, I have a quick one for you.
Yes.
It goes back to, I hope it's not a concern, but the pandemic has taken quite a few businesses locally for a hit. And I don't know that we actually are going to get the level of payments on property taxes because of what's happened financially to people that do live within the district. And since we are, funded that way, my question would be, you said we eventually will get paid. Well, eventually could mean that somebody is foreclosing on a house and a bank takes it over and it's resold.
Mm-hmm.
How does that actually work if there's an underpayment of expected property taxes to the district?
Right. And you're absolutely right, Carl. When I say that's, it's a good thing that we eventually get our payment, but you're right. That's usually because there's a foreclosure and the property taxes get paid, or a homeowner, is able to bring the property taxes current. And so in terms of that, I think you're absolutely right. But what that comes in is they get late penalties. We get to have some of those late penalties when that revenue comes in. There's actually different components of property tax that are tracked by account code that you don't see that level of detail here. And so that's kind of how that works. Does that answer your question?
It does. I know it's kind of a nebulous question because, we don't have any actual control over it, but I would say this. The thing that concerns me is I think eventually we will recapture any revenues that are due to the district. It's just the timeliness of it for me.
Right.
And how do you plan around that? I mean, we'd have to make provisions to carry a pretty hefty reserve, I would think, just to be sure that, we don't get caught in the lurch expecting 100% compliance. We're fortunate that we do have we are in a county that has made no exceptions on property taxes. In other words, pay them when they're due. Other counties haven't done that. But that's just a concern to me, and I don't even know how you would get a read on how that flow is actually working for us.
Mm-hmm. Part of that, Carl, is that historical, the historical spreadsheets that we keep on how those kind of funds do flow. And so we can make some projections based on trend. And so we do look at that, and that does help us. But as you recall, this year we were thrown for a real loop because we had a major anomaly, something we had never seen before. And I have done, Tumai and I have done a tremendous amount of conversation and research into that. And the Auditor Controller's Office has identified what happened and what they believe caused that anomaly. My understanding is that they have reported that to the Assessor's Office, and they believe that it may be adjusted for the future, but the assessments are already set and they don't generally fix those assessments. But it was, for example, there was a 500%, or no, it was 800% increase in another district's assessed value, which then affected all of the other districts. And so with us questioning that, they have identified what they believe is also perhaps an anomaly, and have notified the Assessor's Office about that. But the two offices to do different things. One office assesses and collects the funds, and the other distributes the funds. And so we hope to have some more information about that.
You know what would be helpful, Yvonne, is if the county assessor, has obviously information that would indicate whether these things are being paid on time or not.
Yeah. Well, and we've asked that question, Carl, and they say they do not track that for a district, and we're responsible for tracking that kind of information, which we do.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Appreciate it.
Okay.
I have a follow-up question to Carl's question, and I'm just curious if there's been any talk from the Monterey County Assessor's Office on any forgiveness of the property tax values or lowering that percentage.
Yeah, the only thing that they can forgive, Tess, my understanding is that they can forgive the penalties, which would affect us. Yeah, so that's my understanding.
And just to give you some background from what happened in the past when we've had downturns, we as a district, because we are funded so heavily with property taxes, this is very important for us. The way we are funded, property owners who want to have their properties reassessed downwards because of the change in the economy, it turns out that is a lagging indicator of economic downturn. So we won't have the reassessment requests from the assessor until, and then they have to, the reassessor or the assessor gets these requests, they have to process them. And it usually takes at least a year for properties to be reassessed downwards. What has happened in the past is when that occurs, we have just, we've asked them how to make that prediction, what are they seeing in terms of the requests of the reassessments. And the reason why we are going with the 0%, I'm guessing that this has been taken into account. This is what's happened in the past. The 0% that they are telling us to use for overall assessment takes into account the fact that everybody is automatically assessed upwards because of the way assessments work. And then there's some reassessments expected to be downwards. And so they're thinking that the net effect is 0 right now. So for the next 2 years, which is essentially really bad for our school district because we're funded so heavily that way. But, and during the recession, the Great Recession, we did go negative. I can't remember, I was looking at it when we went through the budget study session, but it wasn't for, I think it was only 1 year. Is that correct, Yvonne? I can't remember.
Yes, it was just for 1 year.
Yeah, so we only went negative 1 year, but we hope that, the 0% takes into account some of this lagging indicator, and that's enough. The assessor is much closer to this than us. And so we can't guess that. We don't get the requests, they do, the county does. So we have to rely on them for this information. And I'm just hoping that some of this other thing that Yvonne told us about the last time, which it sounds like there might have been maybe a mistake, that correction also is lagging. So if there has to be a correction in our favor, we're not going to be expected to get that for a little bit. So we're going to have to kind of hang on to get that. So just from the past, it's a tough thing it's a good thing to rely on right now, because if we were an LCFF district, believe me, it's a much worse situation. But even our situation is hard because we are so subject to things that we can't even look at. It's all related to the county and we have no control over it at all. We can lobby for reassessments to not be made downwards because of the effect on us, but that's a hard argument to make when our property owners have suffered, in various ways and feel that their values have gone down. So it's going to be a little bit of a catch-22 as we go through this process, because we are asked if we approve, if we want to weigh in on people's reassessments. That's what has happened in the past.
Yes.
By the
Fascinating and extremely helpful, Annette.
Yeah.
So I appreciate that.
Yeah.
Yvonne, I have one, I think is probably fairly simple question about, was the projections that we had with the 65 million, 66 million, 67 million, was that, would you have said historically that would have been balanced prior to COVID-19 and then all of the issues we had before? And so now we're looking at this adjustment or zeroing of property tax increase, and that's the primary catalyst? Or was this also, we would be facing this out of whack budget for the future couple of years?
Mm-hmm. So two things in response to your question. Yes, in terms of what we're seeing here in terms of the net increase or decrease based on the revenues against the expenses, mm-hmm. That is definitely a function of a 0% increase in revenue, that there's no increase in the revenue going into the 2 next years. And so that, that would be unusual. That would be very unusual, but okay. Not unheard of. And there were times, especially for LCFF districts, where, that was a reality for several years. And so that was a very difficult situation during the last recession and even for basic aid districts, we were being affected by that as well.
Sure. So to summarize that piece, which is that we were expecting the continued growth, which is why we can balance our budget as a continued growth. And this is just the impact. So we have to take what might be a shorter term balancing, and then we can hopefully expect this resumption of increase on a yearly basis going forward.
That's correct. But I want to remind you of one thing, Todd, is if you'll remember during the budget study session, I put up that graph. It was a really great visual, in my opinion, where we were showing year over year, yes, close to 8%, 10% increase. And then there's this little chink. Mm-hmm. And we never have recovered to that point, to that point in the increase in revenue year over year, but we continue to spend as if we were.
Right.
So I think the writing was a little bit on the wall. You always do have increasing budgets, even if you didn't change anything. If you were just dealing with the step and column of employee raises and the increasing cost of benefits that happen every year practically, mm-hmm. That little chink that we saw happen and never fully recovered from that, and our spending didn't change, there was some writing on the wall that I believe we need to pay attention to.
That's very helpful. Thank you, Yvonne.
Okay. All right. With no other questions on that, I'm going to move to the next page. And this is there's some additional on this next page here that's being presented. This is just a continuation of the multi-year projection, and it's something that they require us to do to show that we are meeting our 3% reserves. And in each of those years, we will be meeting our 3% required reserve. But you'll notice that our 3% required reserve doesn't even cover, which you'll see on the next page when I look at cash flow, it doesn't even cover our monthly expenses. And so that's why districts never just try to cover the required state reserve. You have to have more. All right, so if you'll flip this page around, I have to flip it on mine here. And so this is the cash flow worksheet. And I think I want to spend just a little bit of time on this, not a ton. It's really not that hard to understand, but you have a beginning cash balance there at the top. So we can see in July, we're projecting we'll have 18.2 million. Once again, our revenues come in December and April, and then we have little bits of other revenues coming in throughout the year. We also have LCFF revenue coming in throughout the year, and that's what would be deferred from the state. So it's not a significant amount of money that could possibly be deferred. And we did choose the month of November to show a deferral, just based on some information that's come out. And as you scroll down a little bit, then you get into, well, those are your receipts that are coming. You start with your beginning cash, you have your receipts, and then you have your expenses that are going out. And so you can see for each of those months what those expenses are. And this is what I've been saying, each month we average about $5 million of expenses going out of the district. And as you scroll down to the bottom of that first page of this, you get to your ending cash balance. And so that's what I want to focus on. So you have your beginning cash, you add in any additional revenues, you take out your expenses, and you get an ending cash balance. And so when we hit the month of November, this is like, uh-oh, look what happens, because we don't really get any significant amounts of revenue from the time that second assessment comes in April. We kind of have to weather the storm until December when the revenue comes in again. And so at the end of October, we're at $3.5 million of cash balance. And so, and in November, it drops to 1.2 million. And if you'll notice, in December, we're projecting that we would have $4.8 million of expenses, but only $1.2 million to cover it. So we would be cash poor. On the books, we'd look like we're doing okay because you have to post your expected revenues, but we're cash poor. And so this is kind of a concern. It's a concern in this district every year. It's a concern for every basic aid district that cash flows the same way. And so you always have this 1 month where you start to have some heartache. One of the things that the county treasurer does, which is where we are required to put all of our funds, they pool all of the funds of the district. So as I mentioned earlier, we had transferred out, $3.6 million to Fund 40 to fund facility projects. Well, that money's still sitting there, and the county pools that. So potentially we would have some funds that would be pooled that we'd be able to get through this 1 month, the month of December, until that cash hits. And unfortunately, the cash that hits in December doesn't come in until the very end of December. And so I think that we may have to look into some short-term borrowing for that 1 month. There's a couple of ways we can do that. We can work with Shin Green that can help us with it's called a TRAN, which is a revenue anticipated note, a tax revenue anticipation note that we can do on a short term to get us through this. And the other thing that you can do is we can join a pool. I've never had to borrow, but this is a year that I think we're going to have to pay really close attention because borrowing doesn't come for free. There's costs with it. And so you have to pay interest on it. And even though it's a short time, you would still have to pay those fees.
And Yvonne, is the ability to borrow against our own cash is not there because of the requirements around the cash or the reserves, or?
No, what I'm saying, Todd, is that we don't actually have to do an interfund transfer because technically, if we were having to report our books report our on a month-to-month basis, which we don't, we would have to do a formal transfer and pay that fund back. But the county treasurer, they are going to service all of our expenses based on the total amount of money we have in their pool. And the total amount of money we have in their pool includes that Fund 40, the Fund 14, and also our OPEB. And OPEB generally carries a little over 500,000. What isn't shown here, this is just the general fund, but we also fund adult ed and they are deficit the whole year. We fund childcare and we fund food services. And so I am more concerned than I normally would be because of how low this is projected to be. And if the state doesn't come through with sending those funds, then that will hit us even a little bit harder. So as deferrals affect this, we're going to have to watch this very carefully. And we will be watching it very carefully.
So I don't, the one piece I'm still kind of confused on is by having cash and cash reserves, we're not able to borrow into this payment is for some reason, and I just don't know what the reason is. To borrow
No, I'm sorry, Todd. I'm sorry I'm confusing you. Yes, essentially you can borrow from our other funds.
Okay.
I'm worried that our other funds may not be quite enough.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you.
We're only
That's
allowed,
a missing piece. Yes. Okay.
we only can borrow up to 75% of the balance of each of those other funds. So she has to take that into account because that's the legal limit from one fund to another. And then on top of it, yeah, so those are our own funds. Carl and the rest of the board, may I suggest, since this is something that I'm working with lots of other districts, that I work with Yvonne on this, because I am working on this daily with other school districts. If that's okay with you, I could assist her in working on whether we do need to borrow or not, and help help her with the decision on to move forward with that.
Well, and obviously that sounds fantastic to me. Having you eyes on and involved. The one thing I want as an outcome of that is trying to address Yvonne's statement that she's making to the board, which is this is something that's annual, right? And if we could create a board policy that has some mechanism to address that, then we're not having, the finance department have heartburn every November, right? And I think that might be something that if you're able to help, that'd be fantastic.
Yeah, and I heard from Rick, our previous, when I first started, they did have heartburn that last year he was here, because there was a change in personnel at the county, and the revenue didn't hit as soon as they expected, and so they were kind of sweating it. But it did come through, and they were able to weather that.
Hey, quick thought on the question itself, which was from Annette. I'm fine with it if Yvonne is fine with it in terms of working together and trying to, process what's going on here.
Right. Oh, absolutely. I think we're very fortunate to have someone on the board that does this for a living.
Yes.
What she can't do is like set up a tran for us, but so we would have to have somebody else do that. But she can certainly be a very valued person in terms of making good decisions.
She can. And I just wanted to make sure that, the board thinks it's a good idea, but you would have to too. Okay.
Yeah. And I do. I absolutely do. Yeah.
And
okay.
Just on the policy issue, Todd, it's something that every year, it'd be great to have a policy to maintain enough to not ever have this as a problem, but and we do. That's how we have, having that basic aid reserve really helps. The problem is that in a year like this, where our revenues are not keeping up with our expenditures, it's kind of impossible to stay ahead of the game, unfortunately. So I would be happy, Yvonne and I, can work, and, with Trisha, I'm glad I see Trisha's face again too. Trisha, to have your okay that, we all work together and use, the resources that we can, to help make the decisions. Wonderful.
Yeah. Okay. So we will proceed with that. And if you'll go to the next page, this is just the rest of the months for the fiscal year that's being presented. And so we can see how the cash balance, we get that revenue in, we get some more in April, and we're kind of about where we were before. And this is also a reason, you hear comments sometimes from the public that, we're sitting on a lot of reserves, but I mentioned this once before, we need it for cash purposes. And we also need it to get us through these tough economic times. And it really is only 2 months of 2 to 2.5 months of operating expenses. And so when you put it in perspective, it's not that much of a reserve, but it is an adequate reserve. I think the board has done a tremendous job with the policy that's been put in place to ensure that that we do have adequate reserves in the district.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think that's really something that we all should be proud of. The 3% required reserve is less than 1 week's worth of payroll. It's actually like 4 days. So if you think of it that way, that's,
that really helps put it in perspective. Yeah. All right, if you'll scroll to the next page, I just wanted to share this is in the SACS report. It is page 116 of the attachment. And this is a summary of your interfund activities. And so this is really helpful because if you recall, when we were on page 6, I showed you $5.3 million of transfers out of the general fund to support other funds. And this page shows you where it all went. And so you can see that, and there's one for each year. So I'm only showing you 1920, but on page 118 of the report, it also shows you for the next fiscal year. But for the current fiscal year, you can see where that 5.3 million went. So you can see it transferred out of the general fund. There in that third section there, transfers out of 5.3. And then when you scroll down just a little bit more, you can see the name of the fund that it went to. So business people talk a lot about fund numbers. We know what those mean, but most people don't. So Fund 11 is adult ed, and we can see the 84,000 is going to that fund. Child development is 675. And if you compared this to next year's, this would reduce down. The 675 will reduce down to about 400. And so I had shared with you about a $275,000 increase in the child development fund due to COVID-19 increase that we're going to have to support. The cafeteria special reserve, we're projecting that we'll have to send that fund $320,000. And so those are the ongoing ones. Those are ongoing expenses that we have to have sufficient budget to transfer to these funds for these programs that we support. The one that is not ongoing is we did the deferred maintenance. So 1 million went to deferred maintenance for facility projects. And you have two different types of facility projects. If we scroll down just a little bit more, you can see that 2.6 million went to Fund 40. And so Fund 40 is for new type projects or modernizations, things like that. Whereas deferred maintenance are things like we need to fix things. And so you kind of track those in two different types of funds. And so that's the purpose of that. So I really like this report, because once you learn how to read the SACS report, it seems very daunting. It's long. It's long and it's confusing. And I will work in the future on to give a report to the board that makes it more simple with a different kind of report. But you always have to show the SACS report. But it's all there. It's all transparent, and I'm really happy to go over it with anybody that is interested. If you really want to make this whole thing simple, you simply have to take total revenues minus total expenses, gives you your net increase or decrease, and then that either increases or decreases your fund balance. It's as simple as that. And those are the things that we have to look at a very broad level.
Can I ask a quick question, Yvonne?
Yeah.
I'm curious to ask Annette and Carl, how far did we dip into our reserves during the downturn, the last downturn in 2008?
what do you mean by dip into reserves?
What percentage did they come to? Like how much did you have to take out of the reserves? Like a percent?
I mean, I don't recall exactly how much our reserves went down during that time. I think what you're asking is, was there an actual reduction of our reserves, and did they stay that way? I don't think we actually, we spent down our reserves for cash purposes, but during the downturn, we may have cut down some of the reserves somewhat, but for the most part, what we did was we actually made cuts in order to keep most of the reserves there. We made cuts, but we used the reserves to allow us to make the cuts in a way that didn't affect people immediately. As much as possible, we stayed away from people and from the classrooms. So we cut things like supplies first, things that we could. And by having the large reserve that we had, we were able to kind of glide into back into a balanced budget. I don't recall how much we actually went down and then had to build back up. We could probably look that up, but we were, it was very helpful to have that, to do that. And we didn't ever have to lay anyone off because of those reserves.
Yeah, let me tag in with
That's
that.
kind of huge.
Just a little bit, Annette.
Mhm.
I think it was 2008, if I'm not mistaken, on the downturn, right around there. And 12 years ago, our budget was a lot smaller than it is today, our overall budget, and the numbers were smaller. And I think Annette's right. One of the things we absolutely did was preserve staffing and looked everywhere else, including deferred maintenance and places like that, to try to recapture funding. So it's a good question, Tess, but I think the differential in numbers is pretty exponential. And I think it does really, change the look of that picture from 2008 all the way up here to 2020.
That's true. And in fact, we didn't end up doing furloughs either.
No.
And so virtually every school district in the state had to do furloughs and or layoffs. And we were one of the few that did not have to do that. And that was because we used our reserves during that time to stay away from that. But I don't recall how long we went down and how much, but then we went back up again and it was because of those reserves that we were able to keep our staff intact, our staff and teachers.
And that it did take us a few years to get back to square one. It was not overnight, folks.
Yeah, I don't remember how long it took.
About 3 years, as I recall, 3 to 4 years. It took us that long to try to get.
The recession lasted that long. And our property taxes stayed down because it's a lagging indicator. The recession actually affected us for longer than the other districts, but it was slower, but it was longer. So, and that may happen again. I just don't know with this time, it's so different.
Yeah, I think that, to answer that too, Tess, property taxes are based on resale and sales. And people that are moving away from Prop 98 protection, selling to new buyers, those kind of things have a big impact on property taxes. But during that recession, real estate was pretty flat. And that's a problem for a district like ours. So I don't know if it answers your question. We could go back and look at the data, but it was, okay.
Right. And we could go back and look at the data if you would like me to. We do have historical information that we can look at. Okay. So if there's no other questions, I want to mention a couple of things. There's also a report called the Excess Reserve Report. It's a required report. The information that's in this report is also in the report that you just reviewed. And so it's just showing that the state requires us to show how we're going to designate our reserves. And so that report is attached. And then I also would be remiss if I didn't recognize Tumai Vong, who is the Director of Fiscal Services. She knows this. She knows that deep, intimate detail of the budget, and she does. And she works, every Director of Fiscal Services that has to prepare a fiscal year budget work incredibly hard to pull it all together. And she does that with the business office staff. And she also, working with our secretaries and our departments and our schools, they really understand how to budget for their departments and their schools. And so it makes that easier. So a really good collaborative effort that happens for this budget to be pulled together. And then the last thing I'd like to mention is that there is also a report that will be provided on the April 24th meeting, which is the COVID-19 operations report. It is attached here as part of this public hearing. Blaze is available if you would like to ask him any questions about that report. That will be adopted at the June 24th meeting as well.
So Yvonne, I have one other sort of thing I'm just trying to, let's say square up. So as it relates to like what's going to happen next year. So Rob pointed out one excellent piece a few meetings ago, as let's say this baseline fact, which is hybrid would be more expensive, right? So everything back to normal, we have a pretty good idea about, right? The remote schooling option, there's like a decent handle about, but hybrid is this more expensive model. And everything that we've heard from the state and anybody who's talking about it, there's like, you know, if you're talking about contact tracing or additional nurses or it's like staff to try and address this like hybrid approach. And obviously when we're talking about looking at deficit spending for the short term until we start evaluating these cuts, you know, we're talking about on one hand trying to solve these issues through additional staffing or spending to try and figure out what would education look like, you know, from here on out, versus we don't have the cash to do so. So what are your thoughts? Because obviously you've presented this as a, you know, the financial approach of it, but factoring in what we're seeing as this potential spike in spending due to if we have to try and solve this hybrid approach. What are your thoughts on how best to address that?
You know, the state and through the federal government, for example, our district is going to receive, we have to put in an application for it, which we will do. But that I think it's called the HERO funds, or I can't remember the terminology right now, but we're expected to receive $184,000. And I will guarantee you that we will have we will not have any issues spending that just to take care of our PPE, you know, our personal protective equipment for students and staff. And so buying thermometers, buying enough masks, disinfectant and cleaning equipment, it's all, when you have to buy the quantity that we're looking at that we would have to purchase, it becomes quite expensive. And so but the good news is right now we know that we're going to get 184. I think we received 71 from the Senate Bill 117. And so the state already has provided some funding for those increased costs. But what they haven't provided funding for are things like, you know, how does a hybrid model affect our transportation department? And we know that there could potentially be some real increases with that. How do you know, you only have so many teachers. And so what does that look like to provide the, you know, the educational needs for all of those students? And so it's a conversation right now, Todd, that's happening every single day in the district, and has been happening for, you know, for ever since COVID-19 hit. We started talking about these things, and the state recently came out, of course, with their daunting, in my opinion, 64-page guidance to schools that is very broad in some respects, but also has some level of details. I'm still making my way through that report. But, you know, making sure that we're in compliance, that we're protecting. I think there's three things that we need to take care of: the safety and health of our students and our staff. And we need to focus on, and this is what they're doing, focus on how do we provide the best educational environment for our students under the circumstances? How can we make that top notch? And then, you know, and then finally, just, you know, how to, I had in mind one other thing that's not coming to mind, but there, you know, those kinds of things are the things that your administrators are talking about daily. And so as soon as we have that plan of what it looks like, then my departments that support that process, so food services, maintenance and operations, transportation, and the fiscal department, of course, provides that service in terms of providing the finance, putting all the finances where they need to go. Then we'll have a better idea of what that's going to look like for our district. But yes, you're absolutely right. It could actually cause us. I think we'll have some savings in some areas if we're in a hybrid model, but we'll have some expenses, much higher expenses in some other areas. And all we can do is hope that the federal government comes down with some additional funding for states to weather this.
I mean, it's a helpful. Obviously, I understand everybody's concerned about it right now, but the to steal Rob's phrase of reading the tea leaves, it seems pretty clear from everything that I've been able to gather, and sort of even the feedback from all the different departments within our district, that whatever next year looks like is going to be more expensive. and we're facing less revenue. So right, so it's going to have to take a plan sooner rather than later to be able to start to address both of those issues, right? Obviously, what next year looks like, plus how are we going to be funding some of these changes in what schooling is going to look like. But it's at least helpful to know that you're on top of that. But it's still something that is going to bother me.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. And from a financial standpoint, we are looking, we're gathering our quotes and we're on the verge of purchasing some of this type of stuff that we need to start the year with. So, okay. Well, if there's no other questions, that concludes this presentation and the public hearing. And so you will need to close the public hearing.
Yeah, I think we do need to close the public hearing. Do we need to take any action on this, Tricia Zervich?
I would just have you open the public hearing, see if there are any comments. Hearing no comments, close the public hearing.
Hearing no further comments, we will go ahead and close the public hearing. Any other action required? Trish? No, that's it. Okay, Yvonne, I want to thank you very much. Very comprehensive, and we've been kept abreast of these details, but I really appreciated the clear explanations. I hope you heard that. Did you, Yvonne?
Yes, I did. Thank you. Thank you.
No, you're
Thank you
welcome.
very much, Yvonne.
Sorry.
Okay, so thanks, Yvonne, and keep us posted.
Okay.
We're going to go ahead and move to the next item on our agenda, which probably is, Yvonne, still a repayment agreement between the classified employee situation. I don't know if that's information. Okay.
Yeah. There was a situation where we overpaid an employee and we are required to collect those overpayments. Otherwise, it would be a gift of public funds. And so we did reach an agreement with the employee, and that's what is presented to the board for approval.
Okay. I think we've seen it. Therefore, we'd need a motion.
Like a motion to approve.
And a second.
Second.
Okay, moved and seconded. Tricia?
Board President Carl Palestrini?
Yes.
Board Clerk Sarah Hines?
Yeah.
Board Member Todd Weaver?
Yes.
Board Member Renee Eastek?
Yes.
Board Member Tess Arthur?
Yes.
Okay, thank you, Yvonne. Going to move to item D, expansion of the CMS Opportunity Education Program, which, Dan, is very dear to my heart. And go ahead and we'll take it with you.
All right, so on the heels of that presentation, I feel like I got set up a little bit, but I'm going to pitch this anyway because, as you said, Carl, not only dear to your heart, but I think an extremely important component to our growth and expansion and addressing the social emotional needs of young ladies at Carmel Middle School.
Thank you.
So this has been an ongoing conversation. Actually, it really started back when Ken was with me at the middle school as the head principal. And we were watching Jake Glazier do amazing things with the young men that were coming into his opportunity education program. One of the things that was happening during those years, though, was that we would often refer girls into the program, young ladies in the program, and they really struggled with the course. Part of it is that, you take a young lady and drop her into a program that's got a lot of young men, there's a lot of testosterone, and the topics that are covered by Mr. Glazier are not always a perfect fit for the growth and addressing the social emotional needs of young women. So we've often talked with our counseling team. Mr. Geis and I had numerous conversations about including or creating a female op-ed partner to that program.
I think we've lost, have we lost Dan?
Yeah, Dan's audio cut out, or his whole feed
the
cut
program
out.
in a positive way.
There we
Dan, we lost the last 30 seconds.
Yeah, you might want to do that, Dan, one more time, the last paragraph.
Okay, well, I'm getting a notice that my connection is unstable, which is great. The first time it's happened all night.
You're good now. You're clear now.
Okay, So I don't know exactly where I cut out, but what I was trying to express was that Mr. Glazer's program, while meeting the needs of our young men, falls short of meeting the social emotional needs of our young women. And quite frankly, some of them felt very uncomfortable in the program just because of the dynamics of the program. So over the years, we've discussed what it might look like if we added an opportunity ed program specific to females at the middle school level. And we talked a lot about, what would the employee, what are the qualities that the employee would have to have in order to make that successful. And basically over the years, it's just been something that's been kind of pushed to the side. And then these last 2 years, we have seen a number of at-risk girls come through our school that really need a different level of social emotional support. And I would say that that number has easily trended into the teens the last couple of years. And despite the fact that we have enhanced services through MCBH, it's not a daily contact. And so what makes Jake's program so exceptional is it's not only daily contact with kids, it's twice daily. So he starts with them in the morning and he closes with them each day. And it really provides this mentorship and growth opportunities that really shapes young men in a positive way and really changes their lives. So during the course of this year, as we were kicking around different ideas, that one of course came up. And I was approached at some point in the year by Liz Wells, our fantastic language arts teacher. And we started talking about her career trajectory. And Carl, I know that you hired her, so you know the kind of talent and person that she is. Right. Anyway, we started having conversations and she was very interested in doing some different things. And so this op-ed for young women came up at some point during the conversation and she just about, exploded with enthusiasm, as Liz is prone to do. So once we sort of had that idea of Liz Wells taking on the same mentorship role as Jake Glazer, an opportunity ed for females at Carmel Middle School, I felt like this is something, excuse me. I felt like it was something that we had to push forward and try to gain traction with, because I think that it offers really a dynamic partnership to Jake's program and something that will really just really benefit the young ladies at Carmel Middle that really need guidance, love, attention, and have the opportunity to really dive into topics that are specific to females at that really vulnerable age, like body image, self-confidence, self-esteem, self-respect, also social media. And so we've run a lot of different ideas kind of through our office and with Liz, including bringing in the counselors to help with like group sessions at the end of the day. And then also she would with Jake Glazer, and the last.
Your audio cut out again, Dan.
Expert and a math expert, which bolsters the the academic support that those kids would get. I am asking for the opportunity to essentially consolidate some existing class periods to allow Liz to shift from language arts into op-ed. She is planning on taking over.
Hey Dan, your audio is cutting out. You might want to
drama
kill your...
because Pat Stadelli has announced that he.
Dan, I'm going to try and correct the problem here. If you can kill your video, then your audio will come through clearer, and that would help out in it cutting out.
Oh, I think we lost him completely.
No, he just.
No, I stopped video.
Yeah, thank you, Dan. Now you can take it away. You were cutting in and out for the last minute. Basically, when you said my ask would be, and then we.
Okay.
And Stadilli, somewhere in there.
Yes. So my ask would be that we take some existing overages and 0.1s and 0.2s to provide Carmel Middle School with an opportunity ed program for young ladies. I'd also like to let you know that Pat Stadelli has decided to step away from drama, and Liz Wells is very enthusiastic about taking over that program, which is a great fit for her. So she would be moving out of English language arts pretty much altogether. And what it would do for us is it would provide us with this opportunity education program, also Liz Wells taking over, and then it would necessitate hiring a new employee to pick up the language arts component of the job that she would be vacating. The expense overall to the district is essentially a benefits package because we have the existing overages in other places due to a decline in enrollment in the projected 6th grade group. So the expense is, I think, somewhere around $18,000 to make this happen. In addition, I think it's important to point out every schedule that I have run in the hybrid model, I actually need another language arts social studies credentialed person. because hybrid is going to require a number of sections more than we staff obviously in the regular year. So we jump to like 10 sections of academics daily in both 7th and 8th grade. So that a new employee in that would it has to happen in order for me to run a hybrid model. To a number of questions, there's the program that we have in op-ed. I really think that combining Jake Glazier's talent with Liz Wells' talent gives us the
Dan, you're cutting in and out again
really
there.
Addresses the social emotional needs of young ladies. And I'm really just thrilled and excited to even have the opportunity to talk about it with you. And I,
so I'm going to jump in
and out.
Yeah, Dan, because you're cutting in and out again. But I'd like to chime in on a few things to steal the end of your talk. I think this is just a fantastic opportunity. So hearing in your voice the excitement is clearly great. The aspect of trying to address equality and equity of available programs is something that's fantastic to hear, and it's something that I fully support. So I'm just excited that you're excited. I'm also excited that you've already found somebody who's equally as excited to be able to put together a program around this. So it's something that you've gotten me excited about.
If I could add one more thing that I forgot to mention, the middle school has projected a pretty significant decline in enrollment over the next several years. So we were in the midst of that sort of population bubble. And you can see, I think you're looking at the sheet right now, our 6th grade numbers are 168 next year. And we have 2 larger classes, over 200. But if you were to look at the current 5th grade class is 169, at least on my last check, and the 4th grade class in our district is in the 150s, I believe. So over the next 2 years, we actually anticipate being able to give back somewhere around a full 2.0 FTE just in sections lost. And right now those are overages. So people are working 1.2 assignments to cover the population, but as we get smaller, those are going to come back. So
yeah, quick question for you, Dan.
Sure.
So those 2.0 would be 2 full-time teachers. They're currently being, those sections are being carried as an extra for several teachers, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. My question to you would be, in terms of hiring the English replacement for Liz Wells, that would be required because of the distance learning aspect. Am I right about that?
Yes and no. Distance learning, we definitely need that person, but if Liz moves out of English language arts, even in a regular schedule, then we need a replacement for her in the physical environment.
Anyway, okay. Yeah. Let me say this. I know that program pretty well. We put that thing in at the middle school when I was there. And you're 100% right about gender equity, because it's never had any kind of equitable ratio between males and females.
Yeah.
It just hasn't. So I think what you've done is some real creative thinking at an extremely important stage of development for kids. And I think that, I just have to, again, just a mad respect for what you're trying to get done here. And it's just gonna make life for those kids so much better. So I'm grateful that you guys have thought it this far through. Kind of hate to see Stadilli out of drama, but I do know Liz, and she's pretty good. So I don't know if you're going to get a whole lot of a drop off there.
Yeah, and he's promised to help for 1 more year. So
yeah, I like it personally.
Thank you.
Others.
I had a chance to talk with you the other day, Dan, and I completely support it, especially because going into this next school year, we have no idea what state some of our students are going to be in. And I'm curious if the demand was there before you recognizing it now. I'm sure it was. Has it ever been boys and girls, or has it always been just boys for the op-ed program that currently exists?
No, we've placed girls into the program, and we have one young lady from I think she's a freshman in college now, that was just outstanding. but she, for lack of a better term, had this sort of tomboy mentality to her, and like, nobody's going to defeat me, and I'm going to show everyone how tough I am. And she was a leader on the hikes and the trips, and did everything that, all the boys did. And so that's the one exception. For the most part, when girls get in, some of them have done okay, but a lot of them just feel kind of like a fish out of water. They just, the environment is really designed to cater to the needs of boys. And it's just really, I think it's really hard, for those groups to match in that specific kind of class. So.
I think too, Tess, it's safe to say the program has always been open to girls.
Yep.
But quite frankly, on the whole, the boys were kind of filling it up.
Well, and it's intimidating for a girl to join and all.
Absolutely. Well, but it wasn't a girl. I mean, the balance was not quite that bad. I would say it's 2/3, 1/3 back in its inception. But it's just that, to separate it out, the issues are completely different. And I agree with Dan, that, trying to address the issues of an adolescent young lady and the same thing with boys it's really two completely different things. Anybody else? Because if not, we could take a motion and approve it.
I'd like to make a motion to approve the op-ed opportunity for girls at Carmel Middle School.
I'd like to second that.
I beat you to it, Sarah. I'm seconding it.
I thought that would happen. Okay, Tricia.
Board President Carl Pastrini.
Yes.
Board Clerk Sarah Hines.
Yeah.
Board Member Todd Weaver.
Yes.
Board Member Nate Eastek.
Yes.
Board Member Tess Arthur.
Yes.
One more thing, Dan.
Yes.
We appreciate the creative aspect of trying to use your staffing expeditiously to make it happen. That's a plus, always a plus. And so that too, okay?
All right, thank you very much. And if we were live in person, I would be hugging all of you right now. I'm so excited about this ad. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Liz will be so fantastic at that. Her energy level is insane.
She's incredible. Okay, folks, we're going to go ahead and let Dan go.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Dan.
Okay. Now, that is the op program. We have an expanded schedule for the athletic director at the high school, and I guess Tricia Dellis would be our contact on that one. Or if she has someone with her, that's fine.
We're going to import in Principal Lyons to have a conversation about this. You remember back in March, Principal Lyons came forward and gave a presentation regarding athletics at Carmel High School. And one of his asks at that presentation was to make the current athletic director full-time. And so he has put together a document this evening and is waiting to share with you his thoughts about why we should have a full-time athletic director during COVID and just, in general at Carmel High School. So I'm going to hand it over to Principal Lyons.
Mm-hmm.
Good evening, everybody. So in front of you is a relatively short description of what we would envision being the role of an athletic director, both in our current state of uncertainty as it relates to athletics in general, and then moving forward, whatever the version of athletics would be for the foreseeable future. Obviously, there's a lot of questions around athletic and what we're going to be doing in this area. So we're trying to create as much of a position that could be both addressing the needs in our current COVID universe and then a regular athletic universe. But back in March, we did talk about the fact that we were looking to expand the athletic director to a full-time position because even though we are a relatively small school compared to our PCAL brethren, we do field as many teams and as many programs as all of the schools in this area, many of whom already have full-time athletic directors. A lot of questions have been surrounding what we're going to do in athletics in terms of when we return to school in whatever environment, and the athletic director will play a very key role in those conversations. So just some highlights in this document in terms of the role of an AD. Obviously, the AD would be sitting on all the PCAL, CCS, CIF committees in order to address some of the safety and concerns. We're a unique situation in this area with the Pacific Coast Athletic League because you have multiple districts in multiple counties And obviously those groups are going to need a tremendous amount of coordination as we look to engage back in athletics. And then there's going to need to be a lot of oversight in terms of management of the facilities, increased oversight of practice times, what our limits are in terms of practice abilities, and what our capabilities are in terms of how many teams can be on a field at a time, how many players can be in the weight room. So there's going to be an additional need of coordination and oversight there. So potential practice schedules in regards to shelter in place when we come back. Already we're starting to hear a lot of mixed messaging. Some schools are starting to try to re-engage in conditioning, others are not. And so we needed somebody really to serve as kind of the point person and also be able to communicate that out to our coaching staffs, most of whom do not work on site. So as our coaches' worlds start to change, we need a person to help kind of make sure that they're up to date on all of the necessary safety precautions and things of that nature. Golden has already been knee deep in the recommendations that have come out from the National Federation of State High Schools, which is kind of the oversight body. And we're already learning that there's going to be so many more requirements just to field practice, let alone game situations. When you talk about when we expand back into athletics at some point, the changes will also, in terms of what sports can participate and what can't, you know, how are we going to deal with that? There is a question regarding a slate of coaches for the fall. Yes, we are fully staffed, or we will be. We have our recommendation for our open water polo position going through the process, but we do have a full slate of coaches, and we have been in communication with the coaches throughout, giving them guidance as to what they should be doing to communicate with their players, how to message these things out. But since most of those folks are not Carmel High School teachers, there really is a need for a point person to oversee that group.
Can I jump in just to one little thing? Sure. We paid all the coaches last spring when we went into the COVID, no matter if they were, if they had started a season and couldn't finish it, or they actually didn't even do a season. So we moved through and just kept everyone paid. We do need to talk to ACT and figure out how to go forward. Because if we know we're not going to have a full semester of no sports, we're not inclined to want to pay all those stipends out again. So just an aside there, I think that's where having the athletic director being fully, full-time would be, helping us with that as well.
The other thing that we're looking at as far as an expanded role for the AD is, and in reference to a lot of things we've heard about student engagement, athletics is the predominant extracurricular activity on our campus. If you take that away, there's really a need to make sure that our student athletes are staying engaged with their academics so that they don't get impacted when it's time for them to go back to playing, and all of a sudden eligibility becomes an issue. So there's going to be a coordinated effort between the athletic director and the counseling department to oversee and provide more guidance for our student athletes to make sure that they maintain engagement academically, when in some cases maybe they don't have the drive to stay with it, because sports is kind of the straw that stirs that drink. And then obviously looking at little things too, how we're going to, one of the conversations that we've been having at the Pacific Coast Athletic League already is, if sports come back but there are no spectators, well, how can we get creative in terms of being able to develop a broadcast structure or a live stream structure for families to be able to watch their kids play if we're not able to do that? So Golden's already been in contact with NFHS about some things like that, and working with our IT department on how to be able to still showcase our athletes when they perform, even though maybe parents can't come and see it because we're not going to be able to have live audiences. So in the COVID world, the AD really becomes kind of a really important cog in rapid development of protocols, because those protocols are going to be shifting on us. I think we're all under the impressions that this kind of open and close could very well be a continuum, and we could start the school year in one model, go to a different model, and then slide right back. So having somebody who can get on the phone at 8 o'clock in the morning and start changing bus routes and start dealing with things because we're shutting things down in 72 hours, which was the guidance of the state in the report that they sent out on Monday as it relates to extracurricular activities, is you'll have about a 72-hour window to shift things around. Having somebody who is in the classroom part-time would make it harder for us to make that rapid response and be able to notify parents and notify people and keep people in the loop. And so that's kind of what we're looking at. In a post kind of COVID universe, when we're maybe back to more of a normal universe, we've talked a little bit about the role of an expanded athletic director, but really the idea being that the AD should be kind of developing those coaches and developing the kind of the roles that we play with the pillars of character and victory with honor, some of the things that we talked about back in March. We want to kind of put that in place. The reason this is being brought back is because when we back a couple of months ago, when I submitted my staffing request, we did reduce sections to accommodate, to bring another teacher into the history department. Golden currently teaches 2 classes in the history department. We were, through attrition in our section counts and through some management of our current section counts, able to recapture all of that. But moving him from a 0.6 AD to a full-time AD is a salary change for him. And so that's why this is being brought to you. Everything else is accounted for in our section count. So we're not adding another, we collapsed some sections within the history department, some overages, to create a second history position that you approved last month. This is kind of an addendum to that, because when I originally put this forward, I did not account for the fact that a full-time AD is on a different salary schedule. So there is an increase of about $20,000 in the overall, I believe it's $20,256 in the overall ask. That would be what we're seeking for to move to an AD to a full-time position. So that's kind of the broad strokes. I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
Couple quick ones for you, John.
Sure.
So what schedule is the AD on? I'm just curious. Tricia?
I think he's his own schedule, isn't he?
Yes.
Certificated, right?
I want to, and I don't know the exact date, but I believe that last year Ken Greist brought the board a updated salary schedule specific to the athletic director.
Okay.
So the 2 sections that that Golden is currently teaching would need to be put up to that athletic director salary schedule.
Okay. So in other words, it's kind of a wash on the salary schedule, would you say?
Well, it's a approximately $20,000 addition.
But that has to do with backfilling some of the sections that are needed to replace them, correct?
That's actually all addressed. It's the issue of his increase. So in his current salary, he's paid 0.6 on the AD salary schedule, right. 0.4 on the teaching schedule. This would move him 1.0 to the athletic director's schedule. So it's an increase in his salary. All the other accounting is taken for whether it's collapsing the sections that he would have taught, plus some overages within the history department already that we've already accounted for in our master schedule. So there's no add other than an increase in his salary to make it a full 1.0 on the AD salary schedule.
I didn't know that we had developed an AD salary schedule. That was probably my question. That must have happened prior to your arrival, Trish and John.
Yeah.
It was, yes, prior to us, I believe I think it happened last spring, right before Ken left.
Mm-hmm. You know, I think here's the way I'm seeing this is, by the way, this is not the first time that we've tried to move Golden forward for a full-time AD. And the timing was never quite right, you know, because of staffing overloads and this and that and the other. And yeah, there is the question about the COVID and how much, you know, athletics will actually take place. But I will say this, he's been unfortunately in one of those positions where you have to get the job done. It's more administrative than it is anything else. And, you know, it's not a 7:30 in the morning or 8 o'clock in the morning to 3 o'clock job at all. So, you know, I'm for it. I think it's overdue. And the thing too that fits for me as a former principal is the involvement. The level of student involvement in athletics is so high at Carmel High. It's you know, if I don't know how the schools compare, but we had, you know, been right around 2/3 of the student body at one point is involved in some kind of an athletic activity. So there's a lot of moving parts to it. I do like the revisions and suggestions that you have in your new description, John. I think that's going to be interesting, working with counseling and kids and who knows what else is in there. But you get my vote of approval.
Okay.
I have no other questions or anything else, so. I'm
I
happy
have,
to sit here.
I have some comments.
If
John, but I
nobody
wanna-
wants to, comment, Todd?
Todd had some.
Yeah. So the first thing is the as you're calling it post-COVID. I mean that term to me, I think falls a little flat because we're going to be seeing some modification next year and likely the year after that. And so to me, I think this is going to be a critical role to have at full-time, because the same way that we're asking for across all the staff is like we're asking for more work or adjustment in work, which means, you know, changes can be turmoil. So so especially with athletics, which is a gigantic question mark, right? So like, what is it going to look like? Well, we can't pare down on hours and assume that we're going to be able to solve that issue. And I think that's my sentiment district wide, right? Is that we need to be looking at how to help everybody through all of this period, as opposed to saying do more for less. The other thing that that I think with sports is that because it's going to impact things, if it's just impacted in the sense that we don't have spectators, that's still a giant impact that has to be factored in, right? And then we're talking about reduction in hours, or there's all sorts of things that just create an immense amount of turmoil. The other thing, that reason I'm for this transition to full-time is because it's a method to solve some of the issues that has come out in the last few years, right? Which could be pinned down to we didn't have enough a full-time staff person trying to take care of those issues, right? So the ability to focus on these things means that we're then giving the support and attention necessary to hope to address some of those things that have flared up in the past around athletics. So those are kind of the two key points as to why I would be for adding Golden as a full-time.
I just have an additional clarification since Yvonne's still on. Both the last item as well as this one are not in the budget proposal that you presented to us, correct?
That's correct. They are not.
Okay. So because it's already not balanced, this will go even further into our reserves, and that's just a point of clarification.
That's valid.
Because we didn't have, you know, the detail of it. It was presented to us during the budget study session, but I was pretty sure this was not part of it. I just wanted to clarify.
I will mention, if you'll allow me to, that both Tricia Dellis and I are in support of these added expenses for program purposes.
Perfect.
Yeah. And I think that you're making a very good point, and it needs to be made.
Yeah.
You know,
I think it's important that we do the programmatic changes that we need, but I just wanted to make sure everyone is aware of it. And I will move approval of the full-time athletic director.
I'll second that.
Well, tell you what, before we go, you know, we're talking about people here, and we're talking about athletics, and the Lord knows how important those teams are to all of those kids, whether they're little teams like golf or whether they're big teams like football or soccer. It's got to be, in so many cases, the biggest attraction to going to school for so many kids. I do appreciate Annette's bringing up forth the costs on it, and I had, you know, a question or two about that in my head. But I'll tell you what, I'd rather find other ways to save money. And you know, there's some things that maybe we cannot do right now. So that's it for me. Anyone else want to weigh in, or do you want to go ahead with we have a motion from Annette and a second from Todd? Okay, Tricia.
Board President Garpastrini.
Yes.
Board Clerk Sarah Hines. I didn't hear you, Sarah. Sorry. Yes. Board Member Todd Weaver.
Yes.
Board Member Annette Eastak.
Yes.
And Board Member Tess Arthur.
Yes.
Thank you, John. Appreciate it.
Everybody. Appreciate it.
Okay. We have a resolution next on our agenda, and it's item 8F, number 2022, F through 20-22H, agents for the district to sign orders. That would need a motion. Or an explanation if needed.
I'll make the motion that we adopt all three of the orders for the district, 2022F, 2022G, and 2022H.
Thank you, Annette.
I'll second that.
So we have a motion and a second to adopt all three of those. Tricia?
President Carl Pastrini,
Yes.
Board Clerk Sarah Hines,
Yes.
Board Member Todd Weaver,
Yes.
Board Member Annette Eastek,
Yes.
Board Member Tess Arthur.
Yes.
Thank you. And thanks, Annette, for consolidating that and moving it forward. Now we're going to go to item 8I, and that's a resolution number 20-25, which is recognition of social injustice. Tricia, as Zendella? I think you're muted, Trish.
Sorry.
There we go.
I think you still need to do, I'm sorry, Annette, did you say 2023 and 24 as well?
She did.
Because we skipped. No, we need to still go back
Those
to
are
item
separate.
G.
Those are separate items. The 2022 F through H were one set, and then, but I will make the motion to adopt resolution 2023.
I'll second.
Okay, we left that one out?
Yeah, we have
second.
two others, Carl, that are separate
Okay.
kinds of things.
I thought we had them inclusive. Let's go ahead
No,
with G.
yeah, there were
Let's
three
go ahead.
under one.
So
Board
that-
President Carr,
Go ahead.
Board President Carl Pastrini,
Yes.
Board Clerk Sarah Hines,
Yes.
Board Member Todd Weaver,
Yes.
Board Member Annette Eastek,
Yes.
Board Member Tess Arthur.
Yes.
Now you have
Okay.
2024.
Same for H.
That would be H, resolution 2024 motion.
So moved.
Approve. Oh,
I'll second.
Tricia?
Board President Carl Pastrini,
Yes.
Board Clerk Sarah Hines,
yes.
Board Member Todd Weaver,
Yes.
Board Member Annette Eastek,
Yes.
Board Member Tess Arthur.
Yes.
Okay. Sorry. I thought we had grouped them all, but we
There's
didn't.
one more. There's one more.
Well, yeah, but this is the one you wanted to have.
Well, this is
Tricia
the one I
address.
wanted Tricia to talk about. Aye.
Yes, so obviously a lot going on in our news and in our country, and a lot of angst and a lot of just trauma going on, I think, within our community. Everyone trying to figure out, sort of how Carmel Unified deals with this issue. And you heard from President Schreier earlier, and I've heard from, various teachers engaging in the conversation. And so I wanted to make sure that we came out and, strongly, and that the board had a chance to speak to the issue. And I've also pledged to people that we will have a group come together to have conversation around how Carmel Unified can move forward. And obviously you heard some of those issues tonight as far as how we recruit and how we bring people into our community to support this Black Lives Matter movement. And so with that tonight, I'm asking that the board approve this resolution, recognizing social injustice, and that we have a commitment from the board all the way through our system to do better and to have the conversation. And like Bill said tonight, to listen. We need to listen, we need to hear from our people, and we need to do better. And so I'm asking you to approve that tonight. And if you have any comments, please weigh in.
Motion to adopt resolution 2025, recognizing social injustice.
Second.
Before the vote, any comments anybody would like to make about the resolution?
I just like to add one piece, which is pretty simple. Something that Bill brought up, that diversity is an asset. And this is something that is critical to highlight, because highlighting that diversity is an asset means that systematically everything that you're going to be doing is looking at it from a different lens. When you put it into context that you strive for diversity because diverse opinions are critical, then your hiring practices to policies and everything else becomes a positive after effect. So I'm 100% supportive of this resolution, and also making sure that we are having it at the board level, evaluating diversity as an asset.
Thank you, Todd. I'm going to make one comment before we vote, and this is a very important topic to me, mainly in terms of the hiring within the Carmel Unified School District. We need role models. We need role models of color. We need ethnicity. You can study it in textbooks, but it doesn't take hold and anywhere near having the presence of people that can speak to the issues involved. So this is a start, but I think we do have, Bill was right. We got to look. We got to take a look and see what we're doing. And if all things are equal, we have to move things forward in that domain. So we do have a motion and a second, I believe. Tricia?
Board President Carl Palestrini?
Yes.
Board Clerk Sarah Hines?
Yes.
Board Member Todd Weaver?
Yes.
Board Member Annette Eastak?
Yes.
Board Member Tess Arthur?
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you, Tricia, for putting that together too. So moved. We are now at board ops and future topics. So in terms of board operations, we do have our next meeting on June 24th. And we would have an agenda setting at what date, Tess? Tricia? Is there
I'm looking it up for you. Hold
I know.
on.
I wish I knew.
The
It
Friday
is
before.
The 17th at 9:30 a.m.
Okay. Anything?
Oh, you muted yourself, Carl. I did want to at least propose something that we could end up adding, which is.
I was going to say, would somebody like to add anything to it?
Yeah. So, which is potentially more of a discussion topic, but also depending upon what Tricia Dellis is desiring, would be trying to put together and propose a plan for what next year looks like based off of the various options that could be available. The reason that I would like to see it added as an agenda item is because it's a topic that obviously the community wants to have an answer to. And then we can actually hear from have it be a centralized meeting to discuss it. And then we can also prepare for what that plan could look like in this various forms and even discuss that. The thing that I would like to see is us to present some form of plan or plan A, B, and C so that our community can actually start to gauge and provide feedback or even dislike the program, but we can at least then get that important feedback. Because right now, the sense that I'm getting from literally every other district is that we're kind of just planning and we'll wait and see what next year looks like. And then they're going to present something, come the first part of August. And then you have just an angry mob showing up. And I think that we can do a service to our community by having that planning meeting and presenting some form of a plan, even if it has different manifestations and can obviously change going forward. So I'd like to see that at least added if the rest of the board agrees.
Or if Tricia doesn't have a plan of her own.
Well, I don't think that we can do something at the June 24th meeting because we have to have those agenda items by the day after tomorrow. And we're not quite there yet. So I would suggest that either we have at our regularly scheduled July meeting, we have that conversation, or we do another meeting specific to it in early July. I agree with you, Todd. I think we need to be putting something out there and having a conversation with the board. And you and I are going to talk about that more this week, I think. But I would push for the July meeting. We can't get it together for the June 20th.
No, and the timing of it to me is obviously just as soon as it would be effective.
Yeah.
And if July's fine by me.
We need a clarification there. It's conceivable to put it on the June meeting. So because that's what agenda planning is for. So the response to that from Tricia Dellis would be, is she ready to do that? And it sounds to me, what I'm hearing is that she thinks we're better off doing this in July when she has a better handle on things. Have I got it right?
That would be correct. I think our team is making strides this week. We've really had good conversation and we're solidifying around a couple different schedules. We want to get that parent feedback, the staff feedback. And I think if we come to you in July, we'll have sort of more of a holistic picture of where we need to go.
That makes sense. You want to put that on July, or do you want to have Todd come back and have us do an agenda planning and try to sneak it in there? Or it's going to be your call.
How about Todd and I talk, because I'm already setting something up with him, and then we can figure out if we need a separate meeting. But I would shoot for the regularly scheduled July meeting.
Yeah, I would think that's what you're talking about, right, Todd? Just putting it on a regular agenda.
I think that'd be great. And then we can adjust from there, but at least on having something, then we can also steer people toward that, which also will help in the overall optics of things. So that sounds great.
And Tricia, I'd also like to add to the July meeting some type of framework on how you're going to work with the parents and how you're forming your parent committees as well, because I know that that's going to end up going hand in hand with the fall planning. And then on top of all of that, you have the survey that's going to go out. So I feel like if we could add the survey piece and the parent committee piece along with the fall planning piece, if it's not too much for July, that would be great too.
I love it.
I was gonna propose, should we put a special meeting on the calendar to talk about all of those things separate from the next meeting? Or the July meeting?
I think if I could talk to Tricia Zarovich and find out how, normally the July meeting is pretty light. So I think if we could just keep the July meeting for all of this, we're going to be fine. If I find out differently that we have a huge meeting in July normally here, then we can have our own separate, but I think that July is pretty quiet.
It is. I think one of the things, though, that's important, Tricia, is coming up in this June meeting is to make some strong statements about parent involvement. We don't want that to lag over into July because we still have their attention. And I don't know how much you can say or want to say, but I think that, you're already off to a fairly good start with that. And I don't know what your plans are in releasing the next parent survey in terms of just feeling tones, but I wouldn't miss the opportunity in this upcoming late June meeting to make a pretty strong pitch about how important it is to hear from them. And I don't know how you want to work that in, but.
Got it. No, I agree with you. And I think that Sarah and I already during the meeting that we've had right now, getting emails from parents that want to be on the committee. So
I can imagine.
Yeah.
Hey, Carl, I also love your use of words there of describing that we have their attention as a wonderfully positive thing. So I think that framing it in that light is actually really powerful. So not just in the sense that you're actually meaning that, because you are, but it's something that the community is clearly wants to be involved. And so, right. And looking at it as a wonderful thing is a great way to frame that.
Yeah. And, this is the biggest thing we're going to have to overcome is, quite frankly, trust in Carmel Unified getting this thing right. And you're in a district that is very used to having a very large vocal parent voice. Not all districts are like that. This one is. And I think that it's something we have to always keep in mind as we're moving forward. And I think that they're absolutely right. They don't know what to do next. And I think a lot of them that are working are saying, well, am I going to continue to educate my own kids or raise them at home? There's just too many questions. So we don't want to miss this opportunity at the last June meeting to try to assuage some of those concerns. And if we can get anything out, a simple something to parents, just letting them weigh in on what those concerns are rather than trying to solve them, just kind of knowing what the feeling tone is, I think that'd be to our advantage.
I agree.
Okay.
I just had a question, since I think it looks like our July meeting's July 22nd. Is that right? Okay. So July 22nd is pretty far into July. Just a question for maybe more Todd and Sarah about whether you think it should be, is that too late or is that perfect in terms of time? I just don't have a sense. From
Sarah.
So I think the meeting is a ways off, but I think between now and then, I think Trisha's doing a great job in communicating with parents already. I know she had calls with them today. She and I discussed those conversations as well. So I know that interactions with parents are happening. And I'm hopeful, kind of like what Carl was just saying, is between now and the July meeting, Trisha, whether it's through your Friday videos, which I know are landing really well with parents and staff and general community members, I'm hoping through either those videos or maybe emails, you can kind of let families and the community know like how things are progressing. And then that will all sort of lead up to, in my mind, kind of the unveiling of whatever plans that you have in July. But that's just my 2 cents on how I could kind of see it progressing to that meeting.
You're more expensive than 2 cents, Sarah. It's very valuable information. I think I'll only add one piece because I agree with everything that Sarah just said. So the only thing that I'm going to clarify is the communication that we have going up to that meeting is going to be critical, right? So at the June meeting, we could have some type of presentation of all of the detail, but then July being, let's say a formal plan. And so by doing that, then we're utilizing the time effectively. What I want to avoid is any type of lull of thinking that things are not actually happening when they are. And that can come through any form of communication or scheduling on the board meeting, which is why I'm okay with it being in July, even though that's, as long as we're, so let me try and frame that, because Annette, you asked the question as sort of like a parent. Right now, the anxiety of what the heck is going to happen next year is at an all-time high. It's only going to increase until we can put forth a plan, and the plan from the state and the Fed and the other district is a mess. So the sooner we can put forth a clear plan, the better. But that also could be in many other forms. If we're just communicating that we're listening, here's the plan, here's a loose framework, and then now we're getting to the point of the plan, then that's also going to help in, calming this anxiety.
Yes.
Well, I have to say, being the new person in the room, I'm going to rely on all of you and your expertise of optics and what that feels like and looks like as a parent being out there and hearing the rumor mill and all that sort of thing. So I think that communication each week during the summer, talking about what's actually happening behind the scenes, we're having these meetings, things are happening, is really important. So I'm going to look to the board members that have that expertise. You all have something to bring to the table. So I think we can bridge it to the July meeting. And if we're not bridging it, then we can look at adding another additional time, a special meeting.
That's well said. Let me respond to that. It's important that we have continual communication on a regular basis because that's our biggest obstacle right now is the unknown. And the fact that some people, well, you heard some of the responses from the community through the open forum on communications tonight. They think we're a little bit asleep at the wheel. So, and we aren't. And, we are getting things done. But I'm a big believer in continual, regular communication, whether they're gone off somewhere in July or not. We have to keep that line of communication open. And I would also include at points in your presentations, Tricia, if at all possible, some of the parents you are working with can also be on there with you and that kind of thing. It doesn't have to be completely limited to school personnel. And I think, we're selling what we're trying to do in the best possible way that we can do it. So we're going to have to be kind of creative about doing that. And I think using players that are not typical is a good way to do it as well. So on that note, I'm also going to second Tessa's earlier comment. If it came to a special board meeting, we can always do that. If it gets to a point where we really need to consolidate a big piece of information and a push, and we don't want to go through a regular agenda with all of the things on there, that would be a place to do it if you choose to do it that way. So, anyone else? I think we're good. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and adjourn the meeting, and I want to thank all of you for hanging in there and contributing at this high level that you have. Okay?
Thanks, Carl.
Thanks,
everybody.
Thank you. Bye, everybody.
See you.